Hello, how are you guys doing? Let's maybe switch to a little bit of a chiller song. Let's go here. Holy shit, that was intense. How are you guys doing today? Let's see. I have a filter I need to turn back on for my camera. There we go. How does it look? I can sit up here. There. That's where I'm sitting. All right. So it's Friday. Friday, y'all. Weekend. What? What is the plan? What is the? I made a little bit of a list. I made a list, even though my name isn't Schindler, to help me remember a little bit of what I wanted to talk about. And number one thing I want to bring up is how do I even okay. For those who don't know, I want to try out a new format today, which is a little bit of a let's just talk games. Let's talk gaming industry. Let's talk gaming. Let's just talk. What's going on? What's going on in your life? What's going on online? What's happening? And I have a few topics written down, and I will use those topics to make sure that there's always something to talk about. But generally, what's important for me is that there is a conversation, or at least me monologuing. You're very welcome to bring up your opinions and stuff in the chat, and I'm like super interested in hearing what you guys think. So let's start with number one. Asus is gonna make RAM. How do you guys feel about that? What are your guys' thoughts? What are you guys? I want to start out with something that Groogy said, or was it? Might have been his neighbor / friend. One of them said it, and that was like, just like with when Intel started making graphics card, and AMD started making anything, or like the Ryzen CPU series, stuff like that, is gonna start out being bad. Like compared to what we're used to, it's probably going to be quite unstable, quite slow, and that's if we're lucky. If we're unlucky, it's gonna be really bad, like not functional bad, like a bunch of them not working, because Asus has a tendency historically to not handle RMAs very well and leave their customers hanging. For example, they did a motherboard like with a default setting on that could potentially destroy your computer, and then said that because that setting was on, the warranty was void, even though they shipped it like that. That's Asus. So if they really don't work and they're broken, like they are dead on arrival and they need to be RMA'd or whatever, I'm not certain they would actually do anything to help and support that at all. Best case scenario, they start out miraculously being stable, powerful, and the few that are broken, they RMA without question. For some reason, changing their like practices and policies completely. I don't believe that's going to be the case though. Those are my thoughts on the like Asus RAM, and even if they do, what is to say that we get those RAM sticks at previously acceptable prices and not at the incredibly inflated price points that we see RAM at right now? Because like I know from a like consumer friendly standpoint, you find a good middle ground between covering your overhead, having enough of a profit that your uh, stock owners are happy, the board is happy, there is a war chest for rough times, and like a year-end bonus for the owners. That's like stakeholders. Like that's and the thing is, it's that last bit that keeps getting like moving the goalpost. It's the stockholders, it's the owners thing because they're technically also stockholders. And when we're looking at like not just Asus, we're looking at like pretty much all publicly traded companies, with a very few exceptions. There, that piece of the pie keeps getting bigger, and we as humans, because everything ties back into psychology, right? Everything, like even the tippy toppy ivory tower, like CEO person, is a person, and they will do what works. Like if they can take out like a 2,000% profit margin when they technically just needed 1,000% like profit margin, then what's happening is those additional 1,000%, like that's just greed, and the consumer's paying for it. Like we are not getting subsidized by the government. We are not getting help. Like I'm getting help. Like I'm getting help from social services. So like I'm technically subsidized by the municipality I live in. But outside of that, there is a massive risk that Asus saw the hole in the market, and they didn't see the hole in the market as a hey, we can fix this problem. They see this as a hey, we can money grab here, which is way more likely. Um, that's my topic number one. Topic number two: Larian Studio and AI. I think we've also seen it about Expedition 33. Like a lot of people are putting these studios in hot water for using AI as placeholders, like placeholder work and placeholder assets and stuff like that, in development, and then changing them out to proper assets made by artists in the end, and it's disqualifying them from awards. And it's like, first, I don't necessarily care about the awards parts. I care a lot more about the metrics by which standards are being measured. And what I'm seeing is a lack of nuance. So my stance on the whole thing is like, I'm surprised it isn't obvious to people that AI is being used in pretty much every single business out there in one way or another, especially smaller businesses are able to leverage AI to create fast and easy to show MVPs, vertical slices. Like even me who knows no coding, basically no coding, and stuff, I can work up stuff using AI and learn at the same time. And it's kind of what I'm doing right now with the project that I have going in the background. Not the Star Rupture. That's not my project. That's what we're gonna play later. But it's kind of like being pissed that people are using the new revolutionary automatic hammer in carpentry, and people are like, we used to swing our arms. But yeah, you can still swing your arms. No one's like, every time we're using this automatic hammer, what we're noticing is that the nails are a little bit bent. They don't always go straight in, and sometimes it's a screw being there trying to hammer in instead. Like the quality is not there, and to get the quality, an actual artistic integrity, we need artists to make the art. And even those artists need to be able to use the tools available, or they get left behind. I think I read somewhere, I don't have that up right now, I don't know why I didn't bring up any like videos or anything to use as a source or like showcase or anything. The How do I put it? Larian Studio CEO, owner, I don't remember exactly, like studio head, basically said like, if we don't use AI, we're gonna be left behind. Like we're gonna die. We need to swim or we're gonna sink. We're gonna drown. And I'm down for that. I completely understand that. Like if everyone else had kept using, like if everyone else started using cars and everyone else, like there's some people, like imagine taxi drivers today. Like imagine if taxi drivers were not allowed to ever start using cars. They had to keep using horses and carts. They can't use cars because that would take away the, I don't know, integrity of the profession of being a cart driver, like horse cart driver. It would take away the need for horses. It would damage horse breeding. It would damage horse farms and horse sales and like all that kind of stuff. I mean, of course, yeah, but here's the thing. If we want to make the world a better place, we can't just do what we're doing and implement a few changes, but never cause disruption. It has to be like, change is disruptive by its very nature, by its very definition. You have to disrupt something that is in place to change it into something else. You can't take a glass of water and pour in one of those like ice cube thingies, put it in the freezer and freeze it and expect to have ice while still having water. Like, water gone, now ice. That's the way it works. And we have seen this time and time again throughout history. We see it with agrarian revolution like 10,000 years ago. We have seen it with smartphones. We have seen it with the internet. We have seen it with cars. We have seen it with electricity. We have seen it with air travel, with trains, with trains and like the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that. Like allowing things to be disruptive is fine. That being painful and causing problems is also fine. I am in no way, shape, or form endorsing Nvidia and Microsoft and Apple and all of these companies causing the problems and the harm and stuff they're doing with the push into AI. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I think it is not disruptive. I think it's destructive. Like it's causing long-term problems and damage that will irrevocably change the nature of the beast. And the fact that there are so many people out there defending this makes no sense to me. I think AI is here to stay, and it's just get with the program. I think that the companies that are implementing it on a infrastructure level that are causing problems and damage with the environment and making us backtrack climate restoration efforts and stuff with years or decades. No, that can absolutely go fuck itself. But the ability for me to, within a minute, whip up a AI locally here at home, running off my own graphics card, and then being able to use that locally running AI to help me with hobbies, projects, tasks, whatever it is, that would normally take longer time or I wouldn't be able to do at all. For example, coding and programming. That is insane. That is insane. And saying that AI won't ever be usable is about as I bet it will age about as well as teachers saying, well, you won't walk around with a calculator in your pocket all the time. And I think that I will get to that towards the end, but I basically think that it's an emotional reaction to something being uncomfortable because of how disruptive this change is on a society-wide level. And Larian and Expedition 33, Sandfall Interactive, and game studios or software developers in general, whatever it is, using AI to mock something up, to basically go hey, we are in early stages of production, we don't know what our character will look like, and we don't know how they will move, so let's just tell the AI to put in a character. Boom, that took 2 minutes, and then we can continue working, versus okay, we need to pause production for a week on this entire part of the project because we need to wait for an artist to make this thing, and we need to figure out exactly what this character is going to look like, what it's going to move like, what it's going to sound like all that kind of stuff, versus just click, 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 done. Let's just continue working. And then as a parallel project, an artist can continue working on the actual character models, the movement and animations, and all that kind of stuff. Being able to parallelize work is what makes work faster. right? It is when those parallel pipelines are overlapping and there is a lack of communication that causes inefficiencies, right? But if a developer can just say, like, here, boop, we have a placeholder thing in, let's just go. And they can continue working without needing to communicate until the next big meeting, means that they can keep being efficient in their parallel pipeline. That is incredibly valuable. So I think Larian is doing the right thing. I think that Sandful Interactive is doing the right thing by using AI in their workflow. I think that the lack of nuance, where people are basically going, AI is cancer, AI is slop, AI is whatever. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the slop part right now. But it won't always be. And you risk ending up being the one left behind, sitting there, like refusing to use tools that makes someone a effective, like, worker, for example. Take my own line of work, have been marketing for like 10 years. Basically, if you don't use AI, if you don't know how to use AI, if you don't know how it affects things, you will not get a job. Like, even if you do, you basically won't get a job because it's a really, really, really screwed up industry right now. But marketing, take Google. A big part of marketing, a massive part of it, is paid ads. One of the biggest tools for paid ads in the world is Google Ads. Google Ads have been implementing AI in that pipeline in their tool on a production level for at least 7 or 8 years, and using, like, and now they've gone to the point where their search engine, for you to do a accurate search and find your, like, desired results on your first try, you can no longer just type pizza place nearby, enter. Like, you have to type it in as if talking to an AI to get a good search results, because it is an AI showing you the search results. And if you don't learn how to communicate, like, if you don't learn how to use the tool, you're gonna hit yourself in the face with it. Then you're gonna sit there and you're gonna be screwed over by your own, like, rejection of the change that is happening. And once again, I am not in any way, shape, or form, like, I'm saying, like, don't invest in things just because it says AI. Don't trust a product just because it is AI. I don't endorse, like, Elon Musk or Microsoft's, or, like, I don't endorse literally anyone. I'm the opposite way around. I'm like, you guys need to slow the fuck down, sit the fuck, like, OpenAI and all those guys. You need to sit the fuck down and actually figure out how to slow down this process and do it in a way that doesn't end up being destructive instead of disruptive. And right now, we are the ones paying for it. Long term, everyone will pay for it. I don't care if you're Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, or if you're like me, barely have your own home and, like, barely have enough money to feed yourself for a month. Like, doesn't matter where you're at, this will hit you long term. Short term, us. Long term, everybody. And Larian Studios Central Interactive and any other game studio who is using AI in their pipelines as placeholders, not to create finished product, placeholders, I'm fine with. An example of that is this game here. Let's see. This. Where Winds Meet. They have done a fun thing. Like, for you to be persuasive in this game, you need to talk to an AI, like an LLM, when you talk with a character, and convince that character of something using prompts, which is a really cool mechanic. I think that's a really interesting mechanic because it means there's no one solution fits all. There's a way to generally talk to a character, but you really need to do it. They've, like, as far as I can tell, the localization has been first done with AI, and then people are coming in afterwards and manually correcting that localization. Because you can tell that it is AI in a lot of places. The way that it speaks, the way that it is written, the way that certain characters talk in the English text, you can tell that it is rewritten by an AI because it talks in a certain way and has a certain tone and way of describing things. Like, even if it does everything correctly and there's no like M dashes and stuff like that, if you just ignore that, you can still tell that it is AI because of a certain cadence and style of description. And then, like, that's that on that topic. Next up on that list, I have seen so many videos right now, not just videos, I've seen some streams as well talking about it, and that is like make gaming fun again. Like videos about like how to make Minecraft fun to play again, how to make Satisfactory fun to play again, how to make your hobbies fun for you again. And here's the thing. I saw a video with Just Drive Hayes talking about this, where he said that we can start up a game and you start gaming and then like 5 minutes in you're like and you just shut it down again. And it's basically said that it's because we're so used to the dopamine hitting instantly now by like scrolling on shorts and TikTok and like a bunch of that stuff. I think that yes, there's a facet to it where he's correct. I think a part of it is like it's a puzzle piece. But what I also think is that people are generally spending so much time and effort on just diving into their hobbies that they don't realize that hobbies and the fun stuff is draining too. And when something is draining, no matter what, you will get tired. So if you, every single day after you get home from work, you sit down and you play games, and let's say you sit down and play Satisfactory, and you sit there and you play, and you're having a good time, but then one day you start your world up and you just look at it and you're like, I'm not feeling it. The thing is that it's not that you're not feeling it, it's that you're tired. You're emotionally drained. Because like we have a bunch of different energy and health. And like we have social health, we have physical health, we have mental health and emotional health, and like all that. And then we have energy within those categories as well. And a lot of the time, what does rejuvenate one type of energy is spending another. So if let's say that you're playing Satisfactory and you're spending a lot of time building a massive like fuel power plant. It's taking you 30, 40 hours to build. There's like an insane amount of effort and time on your part being put into this. Which energy do you think you are spending? Okay? Because I know that people will say mental energy. But it's not the case. You're spending emotional energy. Because what you're doing is having fun. You're feeling good about playing the game. Right? A little bit of math here and there, a little bit of like the count 1, 2, 3, like that isn't enough of a mental drain to affect a lot of our mental energy. What is drained is our emotional energy. So then saying like, fuck this, putting that down and going and playing a different game. Let's say that after that, you're like, okay, I need to rest myself mentally. So I will put some like emotional energy into something. So what you do is you shut down Satisfactory and you start up, where is it? Here, you start up this. An incredibly good story-driven game with a lot of emotional moments and context into it. And what you think you're doing is resting from Satisfactory. It's not the case. That's not what you're doing. You're draining yourself emotionally even more because you're still not spending a lot of emotional or mental energy. You're still mostly spending your emotional energy. Like, so then you might ask, oh, well, Jack, if that's the case, theoretically, because I might be wrong, remember that. Don't just trust me, go look things up. Don't just trust me. How do you do this? Well, here's what I do. I get up and I go do chores. I go do shopping. I go spend physical energy by working out a little bit. I go spend time with friends, so I spend social energy. Which will allow my emotional energy to build up. Because here's a big thing that people don't realize. When people are saying like, oh, I'm so creatively drained. Oh, I don't feel like building this, blah, blah, blah. I don't feel like doing this. I don't feel like, oh, I can't write this, or I can't paint this, or I can't sculpt this, or I can't play this, or make this game, or whatever it is. Creative energy is emotional energy, not mental energy. And most of what we do today, even reading the freaking news, drains us emotionally, not mentally. The big drain we have on a daily basis is emotional. It's very, very little, relatively speaking, of our energy drain that is mental. And people are right now, for the most part, trying to spend more emotional energy to recharge their emotional energy. But the thing is, I don't give a frick about the like state of whether or not my floor is clean. So when I sweep the floors here, because I don't have a vacuum cleaner because I'm poor, when I sweep the floors here and I'm done with that, I don't feel more or less of anything. I just feel like, okay, this is done. Checked off the checkbox. I got a little bit of dopamine because I checked that off in the checkbox, and then I move on to the next part. And then I fix the dishes, and then I go take a shower. And then I go take a walk. I fix my shopping. I do the cooking for the week. And most of that is spending mental energy. Like, there is a asterisk to that. Certain kinds of traumas, especially for people with ADHD, autism, and stuff like that, people with some kind of NPF diagnosis, tend to, like, those diagnoses tend to be like where there's an overlap, where doing the job drains them both mentally and emotionally. That's the case for me with doing the dishes by hand. Like, I have a dishwasher, and for me that dishwasher is about as important, and I'm not downplaying this in any way, shape, or form. It's about as important for me to have a dishwasher where I live as it is for a person who uses a wheelchair that there's an elevator when they live on the 5th floor. That's how important. Like, that elevator and that dishwasher, have an equal importance. Okay? So, because I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't have the emotional energy to handle both my life and take care of the dishes. So I would fall behind on doing my work properly, on looking for new jobs, on sending on all the papers that I need to the social services, on when I do show up for the temp job that I do have, like, I show up and I don't have the energy to perform and handle any like hard times coming at me, because then I will instantly just crack. That's how important that dishwasher is for me. Like, knowing about these things is super, super important. And here's honestly what you need to do to make gaming or your hobby fun again. You need to go do things that you don't care about, that there is a, like, not a negative thing to it, but there's no positive thing to it. It is just a task to complete. That's what work is for me. Like, when I go to job, I get up at 3:45 in the morning and I get ready. And I go and I sit on the train, and then I move to the different train, and then I get off that train, and then I walk over. By that time, it's 6:30 or 6:40 in the morning. And during that entire time, I do not care about work. Like, when clock strikes 7 and work starts, the amount of emotional energy that goes into it is near zero, because all I need to do is do my thing for 8 hours and then go home. And then this is pretty much universal. Every day when I go home from work, I sit down on the train and my brain is just overflowing with ideas and things I want to do, and I want to get home and I want to sit down and stream with you guys, and like, there's so much going on that I want to do, because I have not spent any emotional energy. I've only spent like some physical energy, and I've spent some social energy, and I've spent some mental energy. I haven't spent any of my emotional energy during the entire workday, during my entire, like I clocked in, I did my thing, I went home. But here's the thing, if I had stayed home, like on the days that I am home, and I spend the day like working creatively, I'm planning streams, I am planning videos, I am playing games, I am, like, when I'm doing creatively draining things the entire day, and then I sit down in the evening and I'm like, and a point is that I'm supposed to then have fun playing a game. I'm not up for it. I'm drained. I'm already done. I'm already tired. Right? So for take today, I spent the entire start of the day, like, computer wasn't even on. I was literally just cleaning around here. That's it. Changed my bedding, like, showered, had some food, took a walk, booked a laundry time, took care of my dishes, did some paperwork, and then at around 2, I sat down and I started planning a new video series for Satisfactory. The ultimate power guide. Kind of like when I did the ultimate logistics guide. This ultimate power guide is going to be explaining entire, like every single piece, like type of power in the game, how to build it up, how to work with it within, like with logistics and stuff like that. Sat down. That's what I did up until like 20 minutes past 5 when I realized, shit, I haven't eaten and I have a stream in 40 minutes. And then I came back and was like, all right, because I still have energy because I haven't spent it all already, right? So I could sit down here doing this, talking with you guys. I'm spending social energy, I'm spending a little bit of mental energy, but most of what I'm spending is emotional energy. Because I have to be on, I have to be wow, I have to be and expressive and all that kind of stuff. So I have to plan my recovery. Kind of like how, like you go to the gym and you train hard as fuck. Let's say that you are someone who trains competitively and like competes in triathlons or whatever. You go to the gym, you warm up, and then you train for 3 or 4 hours. You're biking, you're rowing, you're climbing, like you're doing like CrossFit or whatever it is. Like you are working out. You are come home and you are physically drained, right? Let's say you're there for 4 hours. You come home. Like here's a like three options you have here. 1, shower, eat, rest. That's number 1. Number 2, go shopping. Go for a walk to the store, buy what you need, come back home, shower, and then you go out with your kids on a bike ride. And then you get home in the evening and you take a shower and you go to bed. Or you come home, you get a little bit of water, protein bar, protein drink in you, and then you go out and you train another 4 hours. Which one do you think is actually effective for you? A, B, or C? Truth is, what's going to be effective for you is B. Because of how the body works. But if we translate it into emotional energy, something a little bit more esoteric, what would be the best option, A, B, or C? A, where you want to shut down emotionally entirely. You not even have a partial activity, just nada. Because you need to recover that energy. And C is absolutely worst part. But if you are spending all of your emotional energy and then you're like, oh, okay, I need to rest. And then you go and spend an equal amount of emotional energy. Of course, gaming is going to be boring to you. You're drained. You don't have the actual like batteries to feel what you normally do. You need to rest emotionally from what you find fun, an equal amount as you need to rest from things that you find not boring, but that you find negative. Like if you are always at work fighting with your colleagues, that is emotionally draining. Getting home and emotionally drain yourself even more doesn't help. You need to recover that emotional energy, okay? Figure out how that works for you, because it's highly individual. So for me, doing the chores and everything works. For another person, especially someone with an MPF diagnosis, it's very likely that they do their chores and they're even more drained because there's such a heavy emotional load on doing those chores, because more or less everyone with an MPF diagnosis grows up with that being the worst part of their growing up. And there is a level of, like, you don't go like, yeah, high five, I finished doing the dishes. You finish the dishes and you feel just like relief. You're like, I didn't fail at this. Okay. But there's at the same time no relaxation, because you know you're gonna do this again tomorrow. This is a task that never ends. You never get to check the box. Done. So while that relief happens, you're like, for some people, certain tasks are in that field. Certain tasks for me are in that field as well. So figure out what works for you that actually, like, there's no emotional load to this. You don't feel good, you don't feel bad, you just, meh. Like, there's nothing. You just do it. Nike. Sponsorship. No, I'm not sponsored. And then one of the big things that, for me, here's an example where I'm gonna segue into our new topic. One thing is I switched gears completely into something I have never done before. Right? Remember, for those of you who drive cars and have driver's licenses, we're told this during the training. Like, if you start driving a car, it is draining as hell on you. You sit down, you drive for an hour, you come home, like, you get out of the car and you're drained. Like, you're like, oh, my eyes hurt, my head hurts, I want to sleep for a year, right? And then as we get better at it, it ceases being draining mentally. It ceases being draining for us to the point where we're like, yeah, I drove for 10 hours today. Yeah, I need to hit the can and I need a little bit of food, but then I can probably drive another 3 or 4 hours. The reason for this is because the mental load disappears. Because we stop having to do things consciously, and they are, like, done unconsciously. They're reflexive. Like, we check the stop sign, we check the traffic around us, we, like, do all of that kind of stuff automatically. It's reflexive. And what I do is I find something I have never done before. A puzzle game. Like, sometimes I literally take a game that I've played for a long time and I switch over to using this. By the way, best controller ever. Because relearning the controls like this puts me back in that same position as the first time you sat down to learn how to drive a car. It becomes mentally draining. You don't have the bandwidth, like, with your attention, to both experience the game and be good at the game and, like, all that kind of stuff, and figure out how the controller works, like how to use the controller. And that mental drain gives space for my emotional energy to recover. So I can do that sometimes. Outside of just, like, doing chores and stuff and taking a walk or whatever. Sometimes being able to sit down and talk with someone or hang out with someone, and all you're doing is, like, throwing shit back and forth. There's no intellectual or emotional component to it. You're literally just hanging out doing things. This is something that me and my cousin Grugi is really good at. where we can sit down, could be in the same room, and there's no real, how would I put it? We don't have any real like social expectations on each other. We just hang out and we talk, and because there's no social expectations on each other, I don't get drained as fast as I normally would socially. And then on the other hand, I don't feel that I necessarily have to be emotionally engaged to be a part of the conversation. Which means that, or rather, we're really good at picking a lane. So if we're talking about like his game development projects, or I'm talking about my tabletop role-playing games, or like my YouTube stuff, or whatever it is, then we're draining ourselves emotionally, right? But we don't necessarily have to drain ourselves mentally, because he respects my lack of knowledge in the fields he's an expert in, and vice versa. Like the same thing's true for me towards him. So we spend very little mental energy. Or what we do is he is explaining something like incredibly technical and mentally draining to me, and I'm doing everything I can to learn and memorize what he's telling me. That drains mentally. But we're not spending any time or energy emotionally. So we're really good picking lanes when we talk with each other. That way, a social interaction can help you recover energy in some way. Like going and doing a physical activity, like going to the gym, and like go there, and for the entire time there, you spend your, like, you don't do anything but focus on form. Make sure that your feet are positioned correctly. Is your back positioned correctly? How's your grip? How's your breathing? How are you tensing and stabilizing yourself when you do a lift or a push or whatever exercise you're doing? That will engage you mentally, and it will engage you physically. However, if you go and do something that you're really good at the gym, where form is something you don't need to think about, you have done it thousands of times, you know exactly how this works, form is not an issue, it's very likely that what you will feel instead is a heavier emotional drain, because now it's more about the satisfaction of completing the exercise rather than focusing on the quality of what you're doing. Like, so there's so much you can do to find ways to find space for yourself to recover. Really, really important. And segue, like I said, we're back here. Where Winds Meet has just released their season 3. Battle Pass season 3. And it's really, really, really cool. I always have to think about my form in the gym, but I always feel really refreshed after a session. Yeah, but having that feeling refreshed, like, think about how you just said that. You feel really refreshed after a session, right? That's an emotional response. And I'm not saying that you're doing it wrong in any way, shape, or form, but that means that you have probably recharged yourself emotionally because you have focused mentally. So you're drained yourself physically, and you're drained yourself mentally, more physically than mentally, most likely. But emotionally, you're there. Also, it's where the Winds Meet really good. I haven't got to try it out yet. I really, really enjoy it. I feel like I am getting rewarded no matter what I'm doing, regardless of if I am just walking around the world and finding collectibles and hanging out with people and like handling small encounters, or if I am like doing the big main quest missions, or like in the like arena, like multiplayer arena, or if I'm like, no matter where I'm at, I really feel rewarded for what I'm doing. The game itself, in my opinion, has a few kinks to work out. Where most of the problem lies in localization, needs to be fixed, because they have just ran like Korean to English, or like Chinese to English, like in an AI, and it means that some information you get isn't really accurate. Like you can still contextually understand what they're trying to say most of the time, but in some cases, I have gotten stuck because they have told me like, you need to get to XYZ and do XYZ, or you need to get to X and do Y to get Z, and then I go to X, but there's no Y to do, and then it turns out after I look it up online that it was actually F I needed to do, and then I get Y, and then you look at the instructions again, and you realize that it's kind of like a mistranslation, where a word that sounds similar in both languages gets a literal translation. Example of this is Swedish, where there was a famous mistranslation done, where like in the 80s, where the word thank you in English had been translated in the subtitles to tank you in Swedish. Tank dig. Like, as in panzer, as in battle tank. Because thank and tank in Swedish, like thank is tank, or attack in Swedish, but thank, tank, tack, tank, tank in Swedish, they're similar enough that a tired person on their 10th cup of coffee trying to translate a movie for the subtitles could easily make that mistake. But the AI has done this a little bit everywhere. On top of that, the UI is not intuitive at all. Things are split up in a way that made me sit for like literally half an hour trying to figure out where the fuck I was trying to find things. The UI needs to be sharpened up and fixed in a way that it is like a lot easier to navigate. But combat, character development, story, world building, like the actual like game loop is nailed down. 100%. I've spent 73 hours. If you asked me before I just read that number, I would have probably believed I'd played like 20 hours. So yeah, but season 3 has just started, and highly recommend trying it out if you haven't. Just wanted to mention that I'm not sponsored or supported by them or have any contact with them other than having it download and play the game. And really, really cool, especially if you like the like wuxia, xianxia, like fantasy, like where wuxia is more of the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and xianxia is more of the what's it called? It's more of the Journey to the West, like the Monkey King stories is more Shangxia, where wuxia is more grounded and human, like it deals with mortal issues and stuff like that, and Shangxia is more like divine stuff. This strikes a really good balance between both of those, I feel like. But yeah, and then I just want to talk quickly about how negative. It's not something that I realized until like a couple of days ago, which is the incredibly negative reaction to Expedition 33 getting 9 awards, like winning so big at the Game Awards. Like I just realized, because the like YouTube and a bunch of like social media platforms are basically trying to hide everything going on over in like Venezuela and like everywhere else in the world, that they like we're seeing a bunch of older content being like rehashed and replace like newer content that talks about it. So I realized a couple of things when I was looking through some of it, because I wanted to understand. And one of them has to do with expectations. So like people had the expectation that different games would win certain categories, or would win as big as Expedition 33 did. And then they didn't. And when an expectation is broken, it was actually Seneca, the father of Stoicism, who said that any negative emotion we feel is a result of an expectation not being met. So to avoid negative emotions, temper your expectations. And while that sounds incredibly negative and bleak, he's not wrong. Like as a practical example, when I went to high school, I got up in the morning, had my breakfast, got on my bike, and started doing the bike ride. That's about 7 or 8 kilometers to the train station. But it was like I had the wind in my face. It was hailing and like raining at the same time. And then I had gotten on the bike a little bit too late. So in my head, I was like, there's no way I'm making this train. There's just no way I'm making this train. My expectation had changed from I might to there's just no way. There's no way I'm making this train. And then I get to the station. Train was delayed 5 minutes, which meant that I had time to get on it and take the train to school. And when that happened, I was like, whew, I felt good. I was like, damn, I'm so lucky. This is awesome. I feel great. I'm just gonna switch like a shirt because it just rained through everything I had on me. I'm gonna switch a shirt so I don't get pneumonia or something. But I was happy. I just biked for like 7.5, almost 8 kilometers in hellish weather. And I was feeling good because I had tempered my expectations. So when you go into something like Game Awards and you go like, yeah, Silkstone's gonna take this, Silkstone's gonna win everything, Hades 2 is gonna win everything, like whatever it is. And then that doesn't happen. And it is expectations being broken to such an extent, yes, you're going to feel bad. And then you can, 1, take responsibility for your expectations, or 2, which is the easier option, blame it on the person or thing that seemed to come out on top because of those broken expectations. For example, if I have a rival at work and we're competing for the same position, and that person, like, they're not keeping up with you. Like, you're doing way better work, you're keeping your head down, you're just working away, you're being really good at it. Meanwhile, they've spent time kissing ass. And then when it comes down to it, the guy deciding who gets the promotion gives it to your rival. Whose fault was it that you're now feeling bad? One, the fault of feeling bad is on you, because the expectation you had was, I will get this promotion. I will get this promotion. I'm the better worker. I will get this promotion. Objectively, I do a better job. I deserve this. I will get the promotion. And then that doesn't happen. You made yourself feel bad. However, who is at fault for not picking the more qualified person for the promotion? That is the boss. That is the person promoting the wrong person. Because they lacked the awareness or desire to become aware enough to pick the right person, or they have a different motivation. Maybe they see that that person is doing such a good job in the current position that they're like, yeah, I would rather promote the shitty person out of their job so that I could put someone good to do that, while also having that person keep doing a bang up job here, so I don't have to train a new person and then also keep a shitty person in the other position, right? Yeah. But all of that is on the boss. But feeling bad was on you. That was on you. That is the school of Seneca's Stoicism. And I feel like that is very applicable to Expedition 33. There's also a different aspect to that, which I will segue into now, which is gaming and masculinity. Specifically, I want to talk about. Okay, I'm thinking here because I want to do this properly. Okay, I want to be clear. Your or my or anyone else's idea of masculinity is not necessarily wrong. I don't care if you are an Andrew Tate follower or if you want to marry Aragorn. It doesn't matter. Your idea of masculinity is, just like everyone else's idea of masculinity, subjective. Where I always put my foot down with masculinity or femininity or anything, any identity of any kind, is if maintaining that identity causes harm by its very nature to people around you. I can say this as someone who had the idea of masculinity for a long time. We're looking at like half of my current lifespan, or like lifetime, was a man is someone who is unaffected, doesn't take up space, but can break someone's skull open if they need to. I'm not even exaggerating. That was pretty much my view of it. Nowadays, I don't think I really have a genuine look at like a genuine definition of masculinity for myself or anyone else. I very much judge people based on their individual personality, regardless of gender or gender presentation or identity or anything like that. Hello, Let's Build. Welcome to chat. But what I think is that if we look at how Expedition 33 plays out, like the story about how people talk to each other, how they interact, how they share, how they are open, but then at the same time, they're kicking hella ass. And that whole thing, I think, makes a lot of men specifically really uncomfortable. Because they don't like when... I had a situation where my boss promoted my colleague instead of me, where I was clearly the better work in all aspects. I even confronted my boss about it because I felt really bad about it. Turns out he held a better position for me. So it worked out, yeah. And like, that's also why communication is important. Because like, you could do the caveman masculinity thing here and go, ugh, and then just go get another job, or start a fight, or like a conflict of some kind. Or, like you did, you go and talk to the person who made the choice. Don't make an assumption and ask, hey, what was your thinking? Have I done something that, or have I not done something that made you think that I wasn't qualified for this? Or like, was there something else you had in mind? And they're like, hey, actually I had a different position in mind for you that I think you fit for better with your talents and your experience. Boom. And Expedition 33 is a lot more of that, along with trying to emulate the Doomslayer, rather than being just Kratos from God of War 1, 2, and 3. Because that's the thing. Kratos in God of War 1, 2, and 3 is the worst version of masculinity, in my opinion. And what he becomes in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, that is him taking accountability for his past actions and learning how to be a healthy person to be around. Not man, person. And that makes him combat his own toxic masculinity and become a good man. Not just a good father, not just a good man, a good person. And that is not a gendered thing. We have just put gendered labels on it. But so many people, especially men, I'm saying this as someone who's been in the position, who's like, I'm reformed, I have learned, I'm taking accountability for my shitty things. I won't be taking accountability for everyone else's shitty things. That's for them to deal with. If I had seen a game like Expedition 33 when I was 18, played through it, and then see it win all the awards, I'd be pissed. Because, in my opinion, back then, heroes like Gustav and Verso and stuff like that, and like, they were not good heroes. They were too soft, and softness equaled weakness to me back then. So what people are seeing is healthy masculinity being given the position of heroism. Along with that, on the surface, like stereotypically presented as a quite feminine culture, French culture is the main culture displayed in the game. Do you think people are pissed about the game? Or do you think people are pissed about getting an indirect call out for their own shitty behavior? I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna vote for number 2 there. Which is also really funny because, like, something that I've noticed more and more, the more I'm doing YouTube and streaming and all that kind of stuff, And the more I learn about like how other creators talk, what they talk about, which stances they take, like publicly and privately, that they are more or less always right-leaning. And I feel like there's like a bleed over here, because like when you dig into it, when you ask these people and have a conversation with them, because I don't agree with them. I don't agree with most right extremist stuff. I don't agree with a lot of conservative stances. I am very left-leaning myself. When I talk, because I'm happy to have a conversation with people, regardless of their beliefs, of their stances and ideologies, as long as it is a conversation, not a attempt at conversion. And so here's the thing. A lot of gaming YouTube is incredibly right-leaning, and the main reason for it is because a lot of their audience is right-leaning. But what they are right-leaning about has kind of bled over from the things that they actually care about. Like, because here's the thing. A lot of left-leaning connotation leans into socialism, where society is supported by the central government, which means that there is a systemic lack of privacy. And privacy is such a hot button topic for so many people, that especially people that are chronically online. And who's chronically online? It's all the gamers. Whoa. So that's where it is, right? They want to be able to own their games. I agree with that. You should, like, when you buy a game, own your game. That's your game now. You should be able to play this into perpetuity. I 100% support stop killing games, like all that kind of stuff. Next up, then when that stance bleeds into attacking a game, say Horizon Zero Dawn, like attacking Horizon Zero Dawn for not making the main character sexy enough for them, or sexualized enough for them, it is based in I need to own my game, but it is mispresented through a how dare you not make the game exactly as I want it. Like for me individually. Right? And then it will have that same emotional, like a genuine emotional core to that stance, right? Because you want your privacy, you want to own your thing, you don't want the government to like hover above you, you don't want the big corporations to own all your data and like that kind of stuff. Once again, 100% agree with that. It has that emotional core to it, but then it becomes real easy to take adjacent things that also are adjacent talking points to the left side with the socialism stuff and transcribe that same emotional core to that. So what you have is a case of transference, where, for example, like me, like I can only talk from my own perspective and my own opinions, right? If I spent a lot of time in the underground music scene in Malmö playing music when I was a drummer in a band. Like we spent a lot of time there. Walk into a room. The point of that gathering is to jam. We're supposed to jam out, walk in, and there's a twink femboy walking in declaring, I'm trans. Yeah, we did, yeah. Like if they walked in and declared like, yeah, we're trans. I'm like, I'm trans. Then the entire room would go like, uh-huh, but can you play guitar? Yes. Okay. That's the end of that discussion. Like, are you going to treat everyone here with respect, and are you going to be treated with respect? Was the only thing that mattered. And I think people kind of got away from that, because something that Josh Strife Hayes also brought up that made me think was what today is counted as political versus what politics is meant to be. Like, politics is meant to be a system of governance, right? Of central, like, ethics, but not morals. Okay? And here's something to understand. Ethics is a system of determining what is right or wrong on a systematic level. Morals is our personal sense of right and wrong, right? So here's the thing, like, if someone tells me it is like, now there is laws protecting people. So if I had to, if I saw someone drowning, and I'm like, shit, I need to get out there. Like, I grab a lifesaver, and I run towards bridge or a pier, and I'm like, I need a boat. Someone's drowning. We need to go now. And the person in the boat is going like, yeah, fuck no, I'm going fishing. I am legally allowed, because ethics in Sweden allows it, I'm legally allowed to steal that boat to get out there and save the drowning person. The issue lies in proving that that's why I did it and like that kind of stuff. But the law supports this. However, if the law didn't exist, if the law said you are not allowed to steal a boat under any circumstance, regardless of if someone is drowning or not, my morals would still compel me to steal the boat and go save that person, right? Because my moral center is still the life comes above the law. And that is something that people are kind of missing, because right now people, like, politics is trying to determine people's morals for them instead of trying to set an ethical standard. And that is happening all over the world, and it's happening too much. Instead of trying to fix potholes, instead of trying to make sure that our infrastructure functions, instead of trying to make sure that World War III doesn't fucking happen, like, there's a weird lack of focus on running society versus trying to tell society how to think. That's where they're fucking up. And here's the fun thing, like we talked before about like how right-leaning people are thinking more like, we want our privacy, and socialism wants the government run everything, blah, blah, blah. But the people driving this trend of telling people how to, like the moral center is both. We have an extreme left and an extreme right who are both trying to determine what is right and what is wrong on a moral level. And that is where politics currently is fucking up. And it's being translated into people who are bombarded with these narratives day in and day out, month in, month out, year in, year out. for our entire growing up. And because of the downswing in critical thinking, there's an upswing of people being affected by those narratives. Which means with the current upswing of right-wing like politics, like running countries and stuff, there's also an upswing in right-wing people's like thinking. And that's why you end up with a gaming industry or like gamers that are like more right-leaning than left-leaning, which means that content creators kind of have to conform to that to have an audience. I refuse to do so. If you don't like it, bye. I will fiercely defend people's right to be who they want up until the point who they want to be causes harm to others. And this is the paradox of tolerance, right? For the world to be tolerant, we have to be intolerant of intolerance. So I'm gonna be here intolerant of people's intolerance, and even more so, I will take and I will be the devil's advocate when I feel it's needed, because I am always for understanding someone else's perspective. Like, if genuinely, I would sit down with the worst people in history and have a conversation with them to understand their perspective, I would never agree with them. I would never conform to their way of thinking. But there is a value in understanding perspectives other than your own. It makes you a better person, and it is a great warning signal for when you're about to become someone you don't want to be. Because we're all affected by everything and everyone around us without thinking about it. So without being in control, we will inevitably drift in our personalities. And not just left and right. We're talking like becoming better, becoming worse, becoming less selfish, more selfish, like all that kind of stuff. But before I sit down with a like really, really bad, untreated like sociopath who don't care about anyone but themselves and have a conversation with them and understand the absolute perspective of selfishness, right? I won't realize when I am starting to turn into that myself. That's why it's so important. And it's the same reason why we shouldn't, and this is an important point, we shouldn't censor and get rid of old literature and history. Because that is where we can learn other people's perspectives. We can learn perspectives, like we can look at someone who was seen as a moral pillar of society 50 years ago and go to today, and that person is a piece of shit based on our own like ethical standards today. And they have to be allowed to be that, because otherwise we can't learn for ourselves, not on a systemic level, like for ourselves, how we went from what was the ethical standards 50 years ago to what was the ethical standards today. How did that drift happen? And how can I become a better person myself by understanding it? Right? For that reason, if you asked me, what's your definition of masculinity? I genuinely couldn't answer you. Because I don't define myself by masculinity in any way, shape, or form. I define myself by my moral center and my creative values. If that makes any kind of sense. Feel free to jump in at any point and like add commentary and like ask questions and stuff like that. I've been monologuing now for like an hour and 40 minutes. So we're finishing this with a very, very short, the dangers of prediction. And then we are jumping into factory games. There, Star Rupture. So, what I'm seeing is New Year, right? And everyone's doing their prediction. What's gonna be the game of the year? Which stock is gonna go to the moon? Ooh, what's gonna happen? When's World War III gonna actually break out? All of that kind of stuff. Here's the thing. I've worked professionally with statistical prediction. Or predictions based in statistics. And here's the thing. I see people talking about like, Asus is gonna sell RAM, prices are gonna go down. That is the equivalent of saying, I saw one star fall, the heavens falling. Like, it started raining, it's never gonna stop. Like, you have one data point, and you're trying to make a prediction. Like, the dangers in prediction, especially when everyone's trying to be the first one to put out their prediction, the dangers of that turns into, I don't have enough information to make the prediction, right? So for me personally, we have, like, I'm gonna take an example that is near and dear to my heart. Path of Exile 2. I have north of 1,000 hours in Path of Exile 2. Almost 1,100 hours. If you ask me now, while we are in update 0.4.0 or 0.1, or whichever one we're in, if you ask me now, do you think 0.5.0, the next league, which we will get in April, is going to be good or bad? I don't know. Yeah, but you've spent like 1,100 hours in the game. Don't you like have a sense? Nope. Because we only have the release, the Wild Hunt that came in April last year. In, what is it? April, May, June, July, August last year. And now, Last of the Druids that we got in December. That's 5 updates, technically, if we count the release as an update. That's 5 points of data. Nah. And I can't go look at Path of Exile 1, because Path of Exile 1 has a different game director. And before then had a different game director. And has changed philosophies. While Path of Exile 2 has the same game director, who has not been a game director before, where they're now also developing 2 games at the same time. Like, the situation in which Path of Exile 2 is being developed is so vastly different from the situation in which Path of Exile 1 was developed that I cannot make a prediction based on Path of Exile 1 data. I have to look at only Path of Exile 2. And what I know is that Path of Exile 1 at release was a shitstorm of ups and downs, good and bad. Some people loved certain parts, some people hated certain parts. Path of Exile 2 update 0.2.0, the Wild Hunt, was incredibly dense and difficult, and after a certain while, boring to get through. Then 0.3 was, by a lot of measures, the best we've seen in certain ways. But in other ways, the worst we've seen. And I feel like they're keeping that trend. We can't even call it a trend because we only have 2 data points in Last of the Druid. I feel like they're keeping that. The Druid is a really, really fun class to play. That's all I can tell you. And in 0.5, if they, like, here's the thing, things are conditional. If they add content that makes other classes equally as fun to play as the druid, awesome. Suddenly we will have more classes with an equal amount of fun experience to have with, right? Whereas now I feel like that's not really the case. And same thing goes for the content. We need to have a endgame update. However, I can't predict whether or not we're gonna get one. I will know when we get the patch notes, when they do their presentation. That's when I know. I can't know before then. I can tell you what I would like, but that's not a prediction. I can tell you what I would want a year from now. That's still not a prediction. I can tell you what I would like the stock market to do. That's still not going to be a prediction. Right? Because I don't know enough. No one knows what the fucking stock market is doing right now. Because we have never seen this before. Like, everything is saying, hey, the economy globally is behaving as if as it was just before the Great Depression, Great Recession. But at the same time, it is also behaving the same way that it was during, like, its biggest tops, like biggest peaks. Like, we haven't seen this confluence of things before. We cannot make predictions based on it. Not without ignoring data to make that prediction. And if we ignore data, relevant data, to make predictions, you know what? We're not making a prediction on reality. So, what we can do is temper our expectations, be kind to one another, take accountability for our emotional states, and pray to our new AI overlords that Asus RAM is going to be decent and not prohibitively expensive. Also, stop shitting on people who are using AI just for using AI. There is more of a nuance to that than just a binary, this is good or this is bad. And remember to rest up in different ways, in the ways that you need. That's basically like the summary of the gaming news, gaming discussion. What we will do now is play a game. And I've been talking so much that I have warmed myself up, so I am going to strip on camera for you guys. Hope you like it. There we go. Hope you like the show. If you want a longer show, remember to like the video, follow the Twitch channel. Now, we're heading into Star Rupture. Let's make sure. Shaders left to compile. Oh, this is laggy. Let's go. Let's check it out. Let's Maybe I should have done this before the stream. Let's check this out. Yeah. That's a nice, sweet 90% use of 95% use of my CPU. Is that the shaders compiling? That makes us see more and more. If it is, that's cool. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on Star Rupture. Okay, let's check this out. Wow, shit, there's 9 people in chat. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Did you survive my monologue? Is sound also lagging? All right. Shaders are compiled. Should I maybe move myself down here? Bloop. Or should I be in the Star Rupture? Let's see if I can... I'm gonna be over here. Save me. All right. Press space. I played Detroit Become Human recently and shared compiling also. I mean, it would have been faster for me if I didn't have a stream running. Because like 20% of my CPU is being taken up by the stream. Okay, it's chilling now at like 15%. Yeah, I've never played this game before. Literally first time I started. Like, there's nothing. Let's check here first. Audio. You guys gotta tell me if things are too loud or if they're okay. We're just gonna go new game, enter session name. Single player. Skip tutorial. No, but we're gonna start from here. I instantly thought that this was a mecha. Stop lagging, we already compiled the shaders. Star Rupture is a mix of like a survival exploration game and a factory building and like base building management game. Think something akin to Satisfactory with a lot more survival elements to it. Both environmental and like combat. So does any of these matter? Terrorist attack an illegal medical practice. So this is a terrorist that makes sleeves. Okay, I haven't seen that much about this game. Are they making sex toys? Or are they making shirts for, like, arms for shirts? Or... Factorio in 3D, but with weird belts. Yeah, from the little I've seen, yeah. Convicted of classified. Damn. Like, terrorist attack. We'll put that on the paper. What the fuck ever he did. Don't even talk about it. And then we got Meathead. Convicted of desertion. I first read just the desert. Like, they were convicted of, like, oh, they baked a cake. How dare they? How dare you? I'm not that. I'm thinking our classified guy. Previous occupation, also classified. I know what that is. He was unemployed. Yep. 100% unemployed.
What the?
I don't know. It's classified. I'm gonna answer that to everything now. I'm gonna go to a pizza place and they're gonna be like, what can I get you? I'm like, classified.
Life vitals normal.
Okay.
Prisoner PO212, welcome to the Argos program. Your adventure with the Claywood Corporation begins right now.
The Argos program.
I am Gal, your galactic assistance liaison. The Claywood Corporation would like to apologize for any inconvenience you may have experienced. You can now exit the lander and begin your introductory training.
I'm finally here. Let's get this training over with. I want to get to work.
That's kind of contradictory, right? Because if it's in here, basically going like, what's going on? And then going like, I'm finally here! I'm pretty sure he knows what's going on. What do I have? Survival food pack, okay. I got the big gun. Do I have email? Dear convicts, welcome. Dear convicts, welcome the first team of the new Argos project. I don't know if I like that sentence, but whatever. I like the structure of it. Claywood Corporation is honored to welcome you to the surface of Arcadia 7, located in the Rupture system. I think that's a little bit on the nose. I would probably change that. In the URVX galaxy. Your presence as the first team after more than half a century of stagnation marks a new chapter in the history of humanity and the future of our company. Your mission is to extract, process, automate, and ship the resources required on Earth. Wait a minute, I'm getting a flashback here. I might be playing Satisfactory, actually. At the same time, we encourage you to explore and document this undiscovered world, a potential new Earth. From what I've seen, no. Unless you're bringing like SPF 5000. You were chosen for a reason. Each of you has unique talents and experiences that make you invaluable pioneers. I thought we were prisoners. And pioneers is also satisfactory. While your past may have been difficult, Claywood Corporation offers you a chance for redemption and a fresh start. Each completed order brings you closer to the freedom you long for. Yours sincerely, the Claywood Corporation team. It's fishy. I'm smelling a fish. Basic item printer. Ooh, I have a 3D printer. Is this where we're printing the sleeves? Are we actually, is the real name, is this just a very complex anagram for Bad Dragon? Is that what we're saying? And look up. And if you don't know what Bad Dragon is, don't look it up. If you know what Bad Dragon is, don't tell them to look it up.
Welcome to Arcadia 7 in the Rupture Assistance.
I don't like the UI. If you look on the right there, how the left shift prompt is overlapping with the button. Like I would separate them. I would take like left shift and put next to it. So you have button or like button and then text, rather than button and text if it doesn't fit. Is how I would like do that, because it kind of becomes messy. It looks like a UI error, even if it is intended. It looks like a UI error. I am looking at these rocks and I'm thinking I might have my graphics settings too high. What is my computer burning up? Surprisingly, no. Okay. Okay, at least not yet. I have equipped my harvester. Explain the plan. Explore the planet to find the meteor. I'm assuming we will be shown pretty obviously what the meteor is. Ah, yes. Very obvious meteor. Obtain meteor heart. It's alive? Is your face cam in the way? It might be. Let me see. I will fix this. How about now? Does it work better now? Okay. I'm assuming that's a yes. It's I just want to show off my sternum bush. That's what's going on here. Let's see here. Let's see if I can fix this. I'll do this. Hello? Got a meteor heart. Do. See if we can fix this. So far, we have little to nothing up here. So I'm putting myself up in the right corner. Equip the building tool. And choose the base core. Give me a second. The base core.
Good work. You'll need building materials to build the rest of the base. You can create them with the printer in your lander, but gather the necessary components first. Use the harvester to extract them, just like you did with the meteorite.
Now, question is, okay, that's my inventory. Find and collect titanium ore. This looks titanium-y. I'm assuming this is it. Yep, I got 5 out of 12 from that. Small jack, yes. Okay, that wasn't anything I could pick up. How about this? Uh, 9 out of 12. Get over here.
I can't believe I'm here. Everything here is fascinating.
Why didn't you say that?
Is very glad to see your enthusiasm. Most convicts do not share it.
Most of them are usually idiots who are unable to see the potential in being a pioneer on a new world.
Technically, you are not a pioneer. A lot of people have been to Arcadia before you.
That was a long time ago, and besides, the quality of their research and observations was embarrassing. You need someone who'll notice the important things, like Darwin on the Galapagos Islands, but better.
I'm glad. but I will also remind you of your resource gathering duties.
Can we find that last bit of wolfram that we need? Ooh, purple. Helium. Okay. I very much doubt the planet's viability to sustain life if I can find solid helium. More titanium. Where's all the wolfram gone? I found before. Why is it so suddenly, like, rare? Hello? I can see, at least I can see over there. Boom. Oh, more solid helium. And even more solid helium. There, wolfram. Ta-ta! Perfect. Oh. Now it spawned more. Thank you, I guess. I think that for literally just that first bit, like this first mission, deterministically placing out certain things and then marking them on the UI might help. Like it's obvious for us who knows the cultural language of gaming, who goes like, ah, that rock is slightly shinier than the others. That means it's something I can interact with. Ah, that ledge is yellow. It means I should climb up it. Like, doesn't necessarily make it obvious to someone who is playing this as their first ever game. Hello, Rose. This is Star Rupture. I got the key from the developers. And we are doing a live review of the game. Let's see, what am I supposed to do? Basic building materials. Basic building materials. How many am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to make 120.
Everything's ready. Now build the habitat that will protect your sleeve from Arcadia's dangers. Remember that your body is
Use the building
also
tool
a
to
place
set up a
for
habitat.
placement. So it would be good to create a comfortable place for it.
Okay, so based on what she just said, I kind of have to assume that sleeve is me. So we're working under altered carbon rules. That kind of sleeve. Which, I don't think I was technically wrong about assuming that the sleeve was a sex toy before. If we're going strictly by altered carbon rules. Okay, those are resource deposits. Okay, I thought it was just really cool terrain stuff. Can I just place this in water? I don't know if water is used for anything. So I am going to do this. And then an airlock. I am going to place the airlock here.
Now that you have your shelter, build a printer inside it. That way, you will always
And
be
then
nearby.
We're building
Exit your work.
basic item printer.
Now build a corporate terminal. That will allow you to complete assignments for different companies, which will in turn
Corporate
give
terminal.
you access to new buildings.
Okay, so this is kind of like the tech tree thing. I can claim level 1 rewards. Orbital cargo launcher, solar generator, basic platforms. Okay.
The first reward was free, but you'll have to work for the next one. Send us some titanium.
How am I supposed to send what I've gathered back to Earth?
The same way you got here, but in reverse. Look up at the sky. Once you build an orbital
Makes me think of
cargo
No Man's Sky, but yeah.
it will send supplies
Hello,
to
David
Rift.
Bankowski. Hi, how's your day? My day is going awesome. I am getting to play a new game with you guys, and it's a hella fine looking game too. Look at this environment. This environment. How's your day going, David? Satisfactory must have been a big inspiration for. Yeah, I feel like you can't kind of get away from that. Kind of like how if you look at any like genre titan like Satisfactory Factorio is going to automatically be an inspiration for anything. Like it's why you like everything that is a open world sandbox survival game with an infinite world and 100% destructible environment and tiered progression is technically a Minecraft clone. Technically. But it's what they do. Like, what do they do that gives a unique vibe to their game rather than the like they can't make a factory game and not include things that makes it feel in certain ways like Satisfactory or Factorio. So just gonna be impressible. Orbital cargo launcher, basic item printer, habitat, boom. I only have 50 left. I need more. Let's go pick this meteorite up. Very well, just watching the stream while playing Satisfactory, and also you can call me in short Davidex. Yes, Davidex. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was actually just before the stream. One of the reasons why I was almost like why I was late to starting the stream was because I was busy planning new videos for Satisfactory. More than planning, actually, I'm scripting them at this point. Planning is somewhat done. Now it's time to figure out what to say, how to say it.
Activated.
What?
What?
Letting you out onto the dangerous planet without completing introductory training would
So you have the ability to just spawn a fucking barrier,
I meant our investment
and you need
into
me
your
to do things for you?
The Claywood Corporation cares about you.
No. Here's the thing, hand-holding in all respects.
Activated.
But let me go there and die. Let me go out there, fuck up, and die, so I can learn from my mistakes. That's also part of the tutorial. No, Minecraft clone. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Like, there's nothing really new under the sun when it comes to gaming. Like, every single first-person shooter
Barrier.
can be like traced back to probably being some form of like Doom clone, probably, like, because they're all first person. You're all in all those games, you're running around and you're shooting things, so they have to be Doom clones. Like, it can be like that, but like if they say we tried to make Doom but better, then I'd be like, hold your horses, you're just trying to copy Doom. But with I can't say that Halo, the original one, Halo, was a Doom clone, for example, or Counter-Strike. Another type of sorry, but my finger is broken. Also, I would rate my English out of 10. By the way, I'm from Poland. Hey, your English sounds perfectly fine to me. Or like looks perfectly fine to me, rather. I would say I am sorry for your broken finger. That sucks. See if we can spot some resources. Oh, meteor. Can I reach it? Or do I need to finish the tutorial first?
Barrier activated. You can't
Yeah.
go further without completing introductory training first.
Let me go and die on my own. If I play this game a lot more, first mod I install is removal of tutorial barrier. That is actually quite annoying. Let me fuck up on my own. I want to be able to fuck around and find out. Can I mine? I cannot. Oh, I can gather.
Acquired.
Okay. So, and I can't do anything with that because barrier. And I have double jumped. Okay, that's cool. 140. I think that's exactly what I need. Think so, at least. Oh no, I need 20 more. Can I? Oh, I can. I didn't know that. See, this is why you kind of want the UI pointing you at it. Like, hey, you can also mine these things. Yeah, like I really hope that the finger heals fast. There we go. Give me all that wolfram. Let's see. Have you guys played this game? And if so, what have you? What's your thoughts? What's your impressions? What's your experiences with the game? Do you stream every Friday? Pretty much. It's like streaming in general is technically secondary to what I want to do with the channel. But at the same time, it's pretty much everything I'm doing right now. So yeah, I'm streaming every Friday if I can. And the times I can't, I will make sure that people know if they're in my Discord. That's where I communicate this stuff. And I try to like my point with streaming is to engage with you guys, but I don't necessarily only play like factory games and stuff. Technically I play whatever I'm vibing with that time. Sometimes it's Path of Exile 2, sometimes I'm playing Minecraft, sometimes I'm playing Where Winds Meet, sometimes I'm playing something like this, like a game where I've been given like a key from the developers or something like that, like a review copy. Mondays, right now, the goal is on Mondays, we play Dungeons and Dragons every Monday, and then as it gets more complex, it might become like every other Monday, so that the Dungeon Master has time to stuff. Got your plaster removed today. The doctor said that for now I get to wear a bandage and try slowly but surely get it moving. 2 hours in hospital. My Discord should be in the description. If it is not, tell me and I will just link it to you immediately. Let's see. Calories, hydration, toxicity. I have seen another YouTuber play it. I really enjoyed watching the game. It's really cool, especially for players who want more base defending stuff. And the Rupture is so unique. Yes, that's the one thing that I'm on the fence about. It's the Rupture, like Rupture idea. I will have to see what happens. Well, let's see. Awesome. Let's Build provided a link to the Discord. If you want to get my... Like, I don't necessarily communicate a lot on any other social media. Like, if you aren't in my live stream or watching my videos, like, if you comment on my videos, I tend to respond to pretty much all my comments. At least so far. But if you want, like, live communication, conversation, and hangout with me, that's in the Discord. It's also where I do like content updates, scheduling changes, all that kind of stuff. All of that updates in Discord. Mostly because I want to keep myself sane and having to update 50 different social medias. I'm gonna go insane. I'll try to do that. Ba-da-ba-doom, ba-da-ba-doom. I feel like that is enough Wolfram. Oh, perfect. My bot also popped up now and said, remember to like and subscribe on YouTube. Follow if you're on Twitch. Yes, I'm not monetized on Twitch yet. And I am trying to reach affiliate status on Twitch. That way I can add in a lot more interactive tools and stuff like that. For example, channel points and stuff doesn't work yet. They don't work until I have reached affiliate status. So I can add in like interactive stuff. Just realized I'm on your Discord for about 2 years. That's cool. 2 years. Is that even possible? Have I had a Discord for 2 years? I mean, yeah, I started the Discord in... April or May 2024. So soon to be 2 years. Damn. That's a long time. Did not realize it had been that long. I was like, yeah, it's been a couple of months. Yeah. Turns out it's been a lot longer. We need a Diggy Diggy Hole song, but for this. I am a convict and I'm firing a beam. Firing a beam. Firing a beam. Want translation to videos? I can help. For now, I am trying to keep it a one-man mission. I don't feel comfortable running a monetized channel without being able to monetarily compensate others if they're doing work for my channel. I'm even borderline too uncomfortable to have like moderators and stuff because I can't pay them. Yeah, I hate when people are like expecting me to do free labor, and I don't want to put on others. Also about the game, try not to spoil too much. The logistics system is very different from normal systems you see in Satisfactory or Factorio. That is, I'm curious to see that. We know that that's a focus for me. That's a big thing for me. I think that's enough. Let's go back in. Hata. Basic item printer. Up. Let's just do all we can. And then we build. Okay. Select a commission. Choose.
As soon as we get the package, your reputation will increase, which will unlock.
I will have I will have street cred. Boom. That's fine. I will do it. I will do it for fun because I have a lot of free time. What were you thinking about, like translating it to?
You've just proven you're useful, which means
Hey, I'm useful.
you a little bit more. You've acquired new schematics. Go ahead, claim your reward.
Let's claim rewards. Or excavator. That's the minor. Rails. I'm assuming this is the. Are we getting trains the first thing in the game, or is this the belts?
We've just unlocked new building schematics for you. Can you guess what they're for?
A trivial question. Of course I know what they're for. We'll automate production by excavating deposits and sending them between buildings using rails.
Impressive. You've used equipment like this before?
Hardly. It just doesn't make logical sense to extract everything by hand and run around from building to building. You'd waste my potential if I had to do that.
Exactly. Let's take advantage of those 3 doctorates.
I have 3 doctorates. I just looked out of curiosity. I'm the 17th Discord member. Damn, you've been there for a long time, Let's Build. And if I remember, we're nearing... Let's actually check. Let's see. We have a total of 1,264 members. Holy shit. Let's see. Build an ore excavator on a titanium ore deposit. Let's do it with this one. Every connected element can transfer power. Connecting buildings using rails allows to transfer the power and resources. Okay, so they double as like the power poles as well. All right, all right. Or more like we're playing with Space Engineers rules. There. Can I just take a... Can I just place a couple of more of these? Boopity. Boopity. Generating power 10. There's 50 available in the grid. 4 used 10. Okay. So I have 40 left to do what I want with. All right. I would love to have something in the UI that says like, hey, like you're using 10, and like this one provides 10. There's 15 grid. There's 10 used. This is much you have left. Like I would love to have that extra number. Polish. Our community likes when there's translation to English films because what we learn in school is pure useless knowledge. I see this game like 1 year ago on Polish channel before it was published. Oh, okay. If you want to spend the time and energy, go right ahead. I don't mind. Let's see.
I need water.
How much the game costs? Are you asking how much it costs, or like how much the game costs? Let's see. Star Rupture is $19.99 with a $20 or 20% price reduction right now. It's 20% off. It's $15.99, $16. I'm just gonna do this. So if I were to take
Now that the raw materials are being extracted automatically, you'll have more time to build out your base.
I have a question. Why didn't you install all available building schematics for me from the start? That would speed up my work even more.
All of the machines made available to you during your mission are delicate and extremely expensive. They are also bound by NDAs and patents. None of the companies working with the Claywood Corporation have granted permission to give you everything right away. You need to prove you are worthy of using the more advanced equipment.
But I already signed the NDA.
This will be best explained by the words of Annika Fisher, the CEO of Future Health Solutions, one of our partners. Playing recording.
There's no way I'm giving those degenerates my patents. They don't care about the law or intellectual property. But if it becomes necessary and they actually deserve it, then so be it. Don't quote me on that.
I would love to have some kind of zoop. Because clicking every single platform for something like this, not a huge fan of that. It's telling me I'm thirsty, I think.
I advise caution. The fruit on Arcadia can alleviate hunger, but putting unknown things into one's mouth is rarely beneficial to the individual.
It's how you learn.
Of course, it was beneficial.
Is Stellaris still a game you play, Jack? Yeah. I do play it, but I tend to only play it in like multiplayer settings, with like pretty chill social groups. I have found that I don't really like the competitive Stellaris crowd, and I have thousands of hours playing solo as well. I would love to be able to say that I can play more, or like that I would like to just play it more, but I'm more interested in like what I can do together with others. It's too predictable for me with the current setup.
Gotcha.
I think that's the best way to put it. I feel like if they came up with something like really, really special, like if they came out with something similar to like Knights of the Toxic God as an origin, again, but with something else, like in a completely different like facet of it, then yes, 100% I would sit down and I would play it on stream, I would play by myself, I would play the shit out of it until I felt I have played and know that story. Because then it's something new that I don't necessarily have a prediction for. Let's see if I can... Wait, they want me to connect it with the OCL. So they want me to do that. I didn't realize that's what they want me to do. Then I will remove you, dude. Bye! And then they wanted me to select a commission in the OCL. And I have to get up there to do that. And that means I need stairs. Stairs, like that. Building is colliding. Your face is colliding with my fist if you don't let me get up on that. Whatever. Corporation training. All right. Yeet. I feel like that's hella inefficient. Will this let me reach corporation level 3? Oh yeah, when I have sent 20 of them. Alright. Cool beans. Cool beans. I heard that the mod pack for Minecraft bringing Satisfactory to it and merging both progressions. Huh. As in, it's merging like the phases and the milestones into one. So the space elevator and the hub progressions are one.
And research some local flora with it.
Claim rewards, set up an analyzing station, analyze any plant in the analyzing station. Claim, that's my analyzing station. Oh, I need to set it up inside. You'll be on the other side of the window. What does it look like? I may need that for other stuff, though. So I am just going to see if I can find some plants. That's some plants. Gimme. I wonder why all the flora is so low. It's so small on this planet. I have no idea. And analyze.
Once you research enough plants, send the data to our scientists and claim your reward. In the future, you will need to decide which corporations you want to share your research with. The data from Arcadia is so valuable that companies prefer to keep it to themselves and will appreciate it when you choose them. Once you research enough plants, send the data to our scientists and claim your reward. In the future, you You will need to decide which corporations you want to share your research with.
Advancement and the satisfactory hub. Ah, okay, okay.
That companies prefer to keep it to themselves, and will appreciate it when you choose them.
Let's see. I mean, that's something that... I'm going to be a little bit of a contrarian here. I like it when each separate system in a game is quite simple. What I like is when those simple systems scale in both reward and complexity. The more of them you try to combine. So, an example. I think the simplest way of explaining this is with Path of Exile 2. Okay, so you have a leveling system, you have a gear progression system, and you have a skill unlock system there. Like unlocking, like if you pick up a quarterstaff in Path of Exile 2, and you equip that quarterstaff, it gives you the power that is on that, and then that's quite simple. Like just equip the quarterstaff with the biggest numbers, and you will, like, it's simple as hell. But then you level up, and you get the option of taking a passive skill point in your passive skill tree. It looks big and complex, but it's really not. Like, it's big, yes, but it's not complex. And you grab a 10% damage bonus in that. Then you have combined two systems, right? Then you've combined this gear and this. Like, so for me, merging systems isn't necessarily a good thing if they do. It's only good if it does this. It doesn't remove the total amount of progression that I can achieve. However, it should remove unnecessary complexity and leave space for a different system to take the space of one of the two systems that existed before, to maintain the level of complexity, because otherwise you have a game that becomes too simple. Because I'm the kind of guy who wants to spend thousands of hours in a game. If I spend 1,000 hours only interacting with one system, that's not going to happen. I'm spending maybe 10 hours. Unless there is something really, really special about that system. I'm just going to do this. Boop-a-doo. You have overloaded the system. I have not overloaded the system. I have all the power. The reason why I like that kind of design in a game is because it creates emergent gameplay. It creates the ability for me and for other people playing the game to discover things and potentially create things in the game that the developers didn't intend or put in there originally. If there is just like, here's the line of progression, or here's the way that you evolve everything. And it's actually one of the few things that I think Satisfactory needs to work on. I think that is something like if we get a 2.0 update or a what's it called, or when we get the DLC and stuff, I genuinely hope I'll become religious for that.
This data will be useful.
I hope that when that drops, we get logic in the game. Because that in and of itself is a system that adds so much complexity that interacts with all other systems in the game, and because of logic itself becomes infinitely more complex depending on what you do with it. A perfect example of that is redstone in Minecraft. I would like, honestly, me and my brother has talked about this so much, and Shrouded has the potential to be Minecraft 2. 100%. It just needs that one thing. It needs the ability to be technical in the game. I spent 100 hours in Satisfactory and perfecting the cold generator facility and still production to game about to the game's absolute limits. Yes, 100%. But the thing is that like I have done that like 3 times already. I don't want to do that again. Like, if I go in and I build another coal power plant, how do I make that a new experience for myself, right? If I go in and I build a new iron farm in Minecraft, I can take that iron farm and build that in a new way that I've never done before. Every time I build it. But when I'm building a coal power plant setup in Satisfactory, all I can do is take coal and put into coal generator and take water and put into coal generator, and when I have enough going in, it's on all the time, and then I have power. Then like that's not complex. But if to save on power, I was able to add in comparator style mechanics that can measure a container level, and when it goes below a certain level, machines kick on and start producing new stuff. And when that kicks on, I can send a different signal to a different place that starts up the power generation required for that, blah blah blah. And then I can because then I can suddenly go like, can I finish? Then I can ask myself the question: can I, with 100% efficient machines, finish the entire game with only one iron node in use? I can't ask myself that question right now, because it's just not doable. Well, it is doable, but not in our lifetime. Like, the amount of stuff that needs to be made just doesn't work. So, because of that, it's like, but if I can take a pure node, and I can say like, okay, by using logic, I can turn off and on things to an extent where everything in the game that needs iron, by using smart logic, I can make this work. Yeah. But I don't want it to be infinitely complex as a requirement to play the game. I want it to be a choice for the player. And I hope, beyond everything else, I hope that is what we get in the DLC.
Raw materials aren't very useful to corporations, since they need
Rail between excavator and orbital cargo launcher, build a smelter, connect the excavator to the smelter in the OCL, select titanium bar recipe in smelter, select a commission in OCL, with titanium bars,
Process them themselves. They have
reach level 5 and claim the rewards. Okay.
This will be best explained by a private conversation recorded between two executives at the Griffiths Military Corporation.
So you're telling me all of the tax laws only apply to the solar system?
Bro, the mining tax, the cosmic fees, deductions from extraterrestrial income, the cost of insuring sensitive cargo, legally none of that applies to us. They can't even hit us with tariffs. It's free money, man.
I don't know why I asked.
Because, yeah, I still want someone to be able to ask themselves the question, can I finish Satisfactory with no logic in it in under 50 hours? Right? Kind of similar to people who ask themselves the question, like, can I finish right now? Ask themselves the question, can I finish Satisfactory without using any alternate recipes? That's not, like, one challenge. It's an incredibly tedious challenge, but go right ahead. Let's see. I'm gonna do that. Titanium bar.
We're nearing the end of our training. Please answer
Like
the
that.
following questions. On a
Bada
scale
boom.
of 1 to 10, how anxious does being incinerated alive?
Can I reach phase 3 in under 300 hours?
The first question to establish.
I think that's a question for you. I think it took me almost 500 hours to get there, so...
On a scale of 1 to 10, how afraid are you of arachnids about a meter in diameter?
It's unnerving how specific.
Yes, it's really unnerving.
Agreed. Questions never killed anyone.
I got one playthrough with exactly that challenge, but without the same time limit. Yeah. All right. Now.
I need water.
Your face needs water. Use. I don't want to get poisoned, so let's try to avoid that. And boom. Claim. Ah! Yeah. Exactly. If you like what the game looks like and the vibe so far, definitely go check it out. If you're on YouTube, I think I've left a description, like link in the description for the game.
Great job. This is the end of your introductory training.
Yay!
Remember that Arcadia 7 is a dangerous place, and a person will spend their entire life, or lives rather, learning from it. Stay alert, gather information, and don't worry. I'm always by your
Okay.
side.
AI overlords much?
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
For your own safety. I will now remove the introductory training restrictions. Location barrier disabled.
Sedative injector.
Sedative injector disconnected.
What the fuck?
Communications channel active. Awakening other crew members. Ready. The Claywood Corporation hopes you will have a wonderful adventure and quickly pay off your debt. Good luck.
Quickly pay off your debt.
Over. What was that?
Oh, don't worry. It's only S8466, one of your colleagues. You're connected via audio, even when they're not currently active.
When they're not active?
The human brain can't go on for too long without stimulation. When sleeves are sleeping in the regeneration chamber, they get a constant audio and video feed of everything you do. They can
Okay.
also communicate with you. You'll also get this opportunity.
Everything I do?
Relax. You have nothing to be ashamed of.
That's a snack.
No, it's not. That's poison. I'm just picking it up so I can turn it into science points thingies. Is that something I can mine? Oh, it is. That's nice. If I remember correctly, there was food in this direction. Oh, that's something.
Come here.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Beep.
Acquired.
Where was those things? Oh, there. There. I found them. Found them. Ooh, green fog. More meteorites. Oh, I have levels of things. Aren't these? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah! I regret my life already.
Learning is the key to greatness.
Thank you for leveling up
What were
combat.
those creatures? They didn't look like anything from Earth.
Okay.
Vermin, the main threat on this planet.
What do you mean, main?
Most of the people that arrived on Arcadia 7 were eliminated by these creatures. Natural disasters you can prepare for, but vermin are a bit more unpredictable.
Strange organisms. They look like insects at first glance, but they couldn't survive out here with this level of oxygen concentration. Is this some completely new species? Why don't I know anything about them? I know everything about this planet.
The IRO imposed a TS9 top secret clause on their existence.
Awesome.
They
I should
made
still
sure
get to
no
know.
one ever found out about them. Aside from
I'm currently making a big focus on my new tower. The top floor is pure beltless stages. I made it with the goal of looking real nice first, which made
Claywood
pretty
was here.
unnecessarily
You should've
complicated.
told us.
It immediately does when you're trying to make things look nice. Okay, you can level up movement. Story items, weapons. Okay. There's a whole ass skill system. Tutorial didn't even poke at it. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Vertical connector, horizontal connector, safety barrier, ladder, pillar support, extendable walkway. Okay. My OCD says I need to click these things to get rid of the exclamation marks. I just spend a shit ton of time planning my factories, and then I build them as I've planned them. Generally, it's faster than reorganizing them. Don't look at this. Okay, so aside from skipping some amounts of aside from skipping some number of systems to at least mention in the tutorial, feel like let's just fucking go. Let's start with, what have I unlocked so far? I have that. I only have the smelter. That. Okay, so I want more stuff. I'm greedy, give me stuff. Future health, Selenium Corporation, Moon Energy. Recipe, map, wind turbine, base, core amplifier. Greater info.
I need water.
Okay. You need water? Use. 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 And then that one gives a little bit of both. Okay, okay. Clever robotics. Personal storage depot.
You look like you're a magnet for trouble.
I won't pretend I'm a saint. I've helped smuggle this and that in my time for those in need.
People like you don't understand order. You just cause more problems for everyone else.
And you always followed orders and ended up in the exact same place as I did. I'd rather not follow anyone and be free.
You know nothing about me.
Let's see if we can just unlock some stuff using just the titanium bars. It's just gonna take a while. Okay. What else do we have? That one wants a Wolfram bar. So let's set that up. And that's how I copy it. I saw a pop-up about it. Let's be there, smelter. Then we're gonna connect you, doing that, then you by doing that, and that powers everything. I just need to tell this to do that. Boom. 2 things automated. For now. My ADHD didn't let me build from zero. My ADHD didn't do that before either. But then I learned that it is equally fun planning the factory as it is building. Once that like kicked into gear for me, then boom. Loved it. But that was like it's personal preferences, right? So what works for me might not necessarily work for other people. And you also want titanium bar, wolfram bar, wolfram bar. So titanium, titanium, wolfram, wolfram, wolfram. Sorry to say that then you will have to wait. And while we're doing that, I am gonna go to the bathroom. Let me just sit here so you guys can have a nice view. Oop.
I don't get it, Sam. What's so interesting in beetles or flowers?
They're part of the world we live in and are inextricably connected to it. We wouldn't exist without beetles or flowers.
We wouldn't exist without fundamental forces. Beetles and flowers can be easily replaced with automated systems. You can't replace electromagnetism.
You'd really want to live in a world without plants?
I wouldn't mind it.
There we go. I'm back. Thank you. You just made the perfect wallpaper for your PC. Nice. And let's see. How are they doing? How are they doing now that I AFK'd a little bit? 75 out of 200. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, makes perfect sense, man. I'm a dum-dum. It helps if I actually set it to make. Can I, what's this? If I do this. Nice. And do the same thing over here. Now that works. Now, I want to see something.
So, you were a soldier?
That's right.
Then I have a question. How can you sleep knowing everything you had to do in the name of the IRO?
I don't sleep too well. But not because of the orders I carried out, but
Calcium block.
because of the ones
Okay.
I didn't.
So even after your sentencing, you're still on their side?
No, I'm on our side. All of us. The side of peace.
We are not going to be friends.
I'm assuming the terrorist and the deserter are not friends. You prefer the perfect angle, just record the part when you were gone so it repeats. Nice! I'm happy to help. Just gonna do that so I have more basic building blocks. Nom 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 nom. The rewards from this was very, very nice. Right? This one, I get the fabricator. Yeah, then I can automate a bunch of stuff. What I kind of want to do now is there we go. Building not stable. Ooh, that's interesting. We have to think about that stuff. So what if I now set this here? Pillar support. And then a supported platform. Okay. So they're just two custom thingies. Okay. Then I would do platform. I would have to do it there. platform. Pillar support. Can't I... If I do that? Just trying to figure stuff out. So that I know. One of these stairs is 1, 2, 3. Ticks with that. Okay.
Hey, Chris, I heard you've got 3 doctorates.
It's true.
What for?
What for what?
What do you need 3 scientific titles for? Wouldn't you have rather focused on your work?
I see you're not familiar with the world of academia. Doctorates open many doors. They increase the probability my publications will get quoted, and I have access to a broader spectrum of theoretical knowledge. Plus, I did them all at once.
I prefer practice over theory.
And that's why you ended up as someone who does the dirty work.
I'll remind you that you're also here on this planet doing the same thing as me.
But with a completely different mentality.
Okay, so can I... If I do that... Let's say that I do a quad platform here. And I now do this. Huh? What do you mean building's not stable? Ah. The hell? Am I just not understanding? I feel like I'm just not understanding. Like, how do I now? Like, if I attach that there, how long does it take until it becomes unstable? Okay. So it has to be connected with the ground. Then how the fuck do I add support for this? Is that just something I haven't unlocked yet? Because I prefer being able to kind of have a top-down-ish angle on the things that I build. And if I'm stuck at this level, the hell? Finally find someone to watch and not be bored. I like this kind of streams where I can chat with the streamer. Yeah, of course. I am... Like, regardless, I will always try to be interacting with the people like when I stream, because that's why I stream. The only time I will be less accessible is when I am streaming with people.
Hey,
Like,
S8466, how
because
should
then
I address you?
the primary form of entertainment is the interaction between the different people streaming, rather than just purely like chat interaction. Then it's better than if the chatters talk amongst themselves. And I will take like it's my way of like taking a deep breath is interacting with chat. Almost there, man. Almost there. 94. Slow ass thing. I leveled up my movement. Okay, so that's not what's slow. This is what's slow.
Excellent work. The Selenian Corporation thanks you for your shipment. Your rewards are waiting in the corporate terminal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ah. Fabricator. Oh. What's that? Oh, it makes even more products. And now, for level 3, I want titanium rod and titanium bar. Okay. You also wanted that. Ta-da! There we go. And gimme. Picking all this stuff up is great. Then I can make more of the extra stuff. Funny thing is I brought out almost 100. Where's the rest? Where did the rest go? Hey, oh wait. I do the same thing in my streams. It's engaging the community. Yes. Like, I don't understand how people think that they get anywhere without a community. Humans are relatively weak and incompetent on an individual level. Our ability to do things scale exponentially with the amount of people involved. Efficiency, not so much, but, you know. Alright, so we are sending things. Now, we got new stuff here. We got a fabricator. Let's... It wanted this, right? Just gotta see. Can I see any, like, calcite
Sam,
deposit?
have you been off Earth before?
No, this is my first trip into space. And a very distant one.
I bet the change in gravity is giving you problems.
A bit. Everything's a little different.
You'll get used to it. The spacesuit
Is that
like
the
a second
calcite
skin
stuff
to
up
me
there,
now.
or is that just more titanium? More titanium. Interesting. Let's see if I do an ore excavator here. And I say, boom. Or do I need that? Technically, I think it's gonna be fine if I do this. And then put in this here. Can I then take that? Put one part there and one part there. Does that work? Seems like and then can do that. think. We're a social species. While interaction with people, we're very slowly dying. Yes. It's not just like there's like a literal increase in ability the more people we are. Perfect example I've seen is like there was like an asshole in the US who always like blocked people in when he was parking his car. He was blocking other people's cars in. So a team of like 3 strongmen showed up and flipped the car. One of those strongmen couldn't do it. 2 of them couldn't do it. 3 of them can move a car. 1,000 can move a mountain. Like, there's a... Think about what people feel when they reject other people. Yes, like we are an incredibly social species. And we will anthropomorphize and humanize anything, including inanimate objects, just to not feel alone. I just unlocked something. What did I unlock? Hello. A regeneration chamber. A respawn point.
I'd prefer it if you address me using my rank.
Don't you think that makes communication more difficult? There's only 4 of us here. Who are you trying to impress?
I'm not. I've worked hard for my rank.
By murdering people.
Among other things.
So, Han, how about taking a little break? That sounded like a yes to me. Great.
And you need a Wolfram, so you do Wolfram. Perfect. There. Yep. Huh? Wave warning? Is it now I go hide inside? But I want to see. I should probably go inside and watch from the window. Okay. Let's add more windows so we can see better.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Do I have to rebuild everything now?
Extreme temperature detected.
Damn. Oh. Holy shit. Is it safe to go outside now? Whoa. Ow. Lower temperature. Ouchies.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Yeah, I call bullshit. When I was in preschool, I got rejected by my classmate They really hurt me, but the worst thing was when someone spread the word. The whole school called me a rat in Polish. Tutsurek? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm assuming that's a pretty offensive word in Polish. Yes, you survived because you have heat sinks on you. Whoa. Wait, there was water over here before. The water's gone. There's a little bit of this left. Holy shit. What's this? I can mine that.
What is this?
This is
Ignition.
a cosmic mineral that's good at storing heat, but also releases it quickly. It can help you cool your base. But
Is rat,
not control
but is diminutive of this. Okay, okay. It sucks. I hate it when people do that. Like, I know that people who do it, they, like, especially children, they have no real control and they don't know why. They don't understand that most of the time when we do this, it is one, because if they don't do it, they might be the one who get bullied and pushed out of the group next. Two, they are hurting and they don't know how to express that in a way that doesn't hurt anyone else. That absolutely sucks. Damn. I feel like I'm in a different, like it's a different world now. I was bullied a lot when I was a kid. The way I was bullied was very violent, but yeah. Holy crap. All right, we're back to functioning factories. Yeah, so now make it for fun. Anyways, the children are most violent. Yeah, because people, like, children don't understand
I need water.
their impact on other people. Children are, for the most part, the ones who need protection, and it means that they are fundamentally not wired yet to understand that they can hurt others. I need water. Water. How do I? There. There. Boop-a-doo.
2 liters of water a
Boop-a-doo.
day is the minimum.
The minimum. I feel like I'm getting more than that.
Delicious.
Chris, as an astrophysicist, you must be intrigued by how Ruptura behaves.
Of course. If we understand the processes occurring inside it, we will deepen our understanding of the universe.
And monthly Karens is giving the children iPads. Yeah. So irresponsible. Okay. Let's go in and check, because I want to see what unlocks we can get here. Building drone, multi-rail, cargo dispatcher, cargo receiver, multi-story, expandable storage, recipe station. This one. Solar generator, core amplifier, wind turbine, inventory upgrade. Okay. It's an up 7 pistol, grenade, equipment upgrade station, war bombs. Okay. Defense turrets, war bombs, upgrade. Defense tower, greater shield giver lens. There, large habitat, mega press, refinery, assembler. Lem, food station, inventory, compounder. Products, okay. Lens.
Another great day for science.
Oh, does that mean I can just do this? Level up?
Congratulations! Clever Robotics has received its order. A reward for fulfilling the order is waiting for you in the terminal.
Claim. Yeah. No, it's okay if you're talkative. Like, I'm here to hang out with you guys. I mean, I could sit and play by myself anytime. I don't require streaming to do that. Oh, it's turning green again. Is there water coming back here? Not yet. Okay. I'm happy having conversations with people when I'm streaming. Like, that's, I enjoy that part.
I'm getting better and better.
Did survival just level up like 5 times? Yeah, survival just leveled up to level 8. The hell? Whoa. I'm gonna take this.
Biologists, as an expert in that field, you must find the vermin.
I find them terrifying.
They're just animals.
They've evolved and survived in extreme conditions. They understand Arcadia much better than we do.
We'll be the ones that conquer it in the end.
Let's see what I can craft using this. Huh, okay. There. Almost elite amounts of resources built there. And I am thinking, I want to figure out how to build higher.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Why can't I? Weird. By the way, I'm 17, and I also like to talk to some English streamers. That helps me with learning the language. Yeah, I mean, I learned to speak English by watching old Western movies when I was like 4, which was really funny when I started school, and I went to my first English class in 3rd grade, and they were like, "How do you say hello in English?" This was a like introductory question, and my little like confident ass raises my hand, and they're like, "Sonny, what's your answer?" And I'm like, "Howdy." No, that's not how you say hello in English. I'm like, yeah, that's how you say hello in English. Don't you agree with me, partner? I was really happy about my English, and they were like, the fuck is he doing? Let's go pick up some food.
Come here.
Because we are gonna need that.
That's a snack.
Give me all the snack. I learn from games and YouTube. Yeah. Less from games and YouTube. For me, I think I learned a lot of it from reading books. Like I read a lot of books in English pretty early on. And some from English, but I think the vast majority was the fact that we had neighbors that were Americans. And I learned from them, like, or I learned by interacting with them, because I hung out with the son in that family as a friend. test myself on C2 in language. Nice. That's good. Definitely nothing to scoff at. I've had people, like, we have really good English education in Sweden. We have had for decades and decades and decades. Despite that, I'm not kidding you. Like, do you know what the Swedish word for a seagull is? As the bird, seagull. It is fiskmås.
Acquired.
Where gull is mouse.
That's a
But
snap.
we say fisk, as in fish. So if you want a literal translation, it's fish gull. But my aunt confidently says when a flock of seagulls is flying above them at the Kastrup airport in Copenhagen, goes, "Watch out for the fish moose." I wish I was joking. Can I? Like the ultimately, and this is true for any knowledge, while learning and education is centered on the school, the actual results is not limited to the school. If you want to learn English and become better at the language, go right ahead. Nothing can stop you. You don't need school for that shit.
That's a snack.
Fact is, my experience was that, especially when it came to languages, because I have a very good language ear. I'm not even bragging. It's just been. I have had to become conscious of it to not make other people uncomfortable or feel bad. Like, for example, I learned we trained capoeira, and while it took a while for us to become good at Portuguese, me, my brother, my sister, and my mom, we had people staying over, trainers that came from Brazil that only speak Portuguese. And we basically walked around with dictionaries and learned how to speak with them, and it took us about 2 days to be somewhat conversational in Portuguese. 2 days.
The Moon Energy Corporation thanks you for your shipment. You can claim your reward in the corporate terminal.
So, when it came to school, I was good enough at, like, let's pick English, that I didn't need to do the schoolwork to fulfill the learning goals, like set according to the government like standard for education stuff.
Acquired.
So when the teacher came up and I was sitting reading my books, and he came up and he asked me like, don't you want to do the assignment? I'm like, no. He was like, okay.
That's a snack.
by the end of the semester, when we're doing our finals, I nail everything. Like, I get, like, top marks and everything. And he's like,
Better and better.
no, you cheated. I'm like, no, I didn't. Like, why would you say that? And he's like, yeah, you had to have cheated because you didn't do any of the assignments.
Fascinating specimen.
I'm like,
What doesn't kill you makes you strong.
that has nothing to do with whether or not I knew what you were trying to teach.
Until you try it.
The hell? So, in some ways, school can somewhat be limiting to learning. Especially when they refuse to accommodate for your way of learning, like how you learn best. I learn best by reading. I learn by reading the dictionary, I learn by reading books. And if I get stuck on a word, if I read a word I don't understand, this is a practice I picked up pretty early. I pause my reading and go look that word up. And when I start reading a new language, that's every word. And then after a while, it's every third word, or every fourth word, fifth word, sixth word, until I can read without having to go look up everything. And then, and ever since, when it comes to English, for example, I've been shit at pronouncing certain words. I can read them fine, I understand the word perfectly, I can spell the word perfectly, but I cannot pronounce it properly.
You've just unlocked the UPP-7. We hope
I got a pew-pew.
you better deal with the planet's dangers.
I'll need to learn to use this. In the future, you might consider adding basic weapons training.
All right. I have pew pew. Removes 40 toxicity. I like that. That's a nice one to have. Claim. Oh. Claim. Boop. And I have a bunch of food. And I have a bunch of drink. Yep. Let's go exploring. I'm just gonna set this. Right ahead. I'm going on a journey. Wait a minute. How long until you blow up again? I should go on a journey a little bit closer. There's something down there. I'm gonna go down there. Well, first, let me pick up this meteorite, because meteorites are goody-goody for those points. Ooh, new plants. Can I pick you up? Nope. There are pew pew here. Is there pew pew needs? I want to use my new pew pew.
Come here.
pick you up. Damn. I was running hot there. What are you? What are you? What are you?
I see you've approached the geoscanner. You can use it to see the surrounding area.
Let's turn it on.
Aqua fluid. Heals 30, gain 28 hydration. 10 toxicity. Ouchies. There's more ammo. Damaged memory module. Okay. I need to have the map unlocked. I don't have the map unlocked, apparently.
Come here.
Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a box! What's in the box? Eh. Oh, so this is what the calcium thingies look like. Okay, okay. All right. Oh, more of those detoxifying flower thingies.
That's a snack.
Dead body.
Ah, gotcha.
Picked everything up. Oh, more detoxifying flower thingies.
Acquired.
Well, I'm kind of low-key vibing with the music here, man. Whoa. Yeah, kind of figured.
Vermin dead.
I'm guessing that poison stuff. Yep, I should not go into that. All right. I'll pick you up. I'm gonna look at it when I get back. I'm in a non-friendly zone. I will... Boom.
Reloading.
All right. Whoa. Oh shit, vermin.
Changing max. Reloading.
And I can't harvest these in any way, right?
Changing max.
Whoa, radiation! No, 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 no,
They
no!
don't have any nerves.
Cosmic radiation has reached a dangerous level. I suggest leaving the area contaminated with radiation.
I do not have the equipment to go in there. At least not yet. What are you? Long thingies. Can I destroy it? Apparently not. Englishman will have the worst teaching program of all.
Larian Corporation. You've completed another order, and your reward is waiting in the corporate terminal.
Absolutely sucks, man. And I'm gonna drop you and pick you up.
Gotcha.
Irony now is I make it back and it's literally just like, hey, and then rupture. That would be funny. Okay. Can I just place on that standard ammo? This one I don't have use for standard ammo yet. Can only use this in analyzing station. War bond. Yep. Helium can go in there. Helium can go in there. Calcium. You I want to keep here. You I want to keep. You can stay there. You can go in. You can go in. You are going to analyzing station. That's really good food. We can keep that here just in case. That's an emergency rations. You can also stay. Whatever, you can stay. There. Hello. that. There. 1,000 points. We claim
Due to
you.
your hard work, we have decided to increase the capacity of your pockets. Your inventory has
Nice.
been updated, and you can now fit more items into it.
What do you want me to give you now? Titanium sheet, titanium rod. Okay. I feel like we should do this. Now, because now we have a little bit of an understanding. There was one more I could unlock, right? Yeah, flame.
Congratulations! You can now unlock new functionality for your buildings at the recipe station.
But the buildings can already do these things. Why would we need to unlock anything?
Arcadia 7 is a very particular place, full of specific resources and requirements. The building's programming needs to be updated as these requirements change, to avoid unnecessarily clogging up memory as well as transfer fees.
It's the Claywood Corporation that determines the cost of transfer. You could lower the price and everything would go smoother.
I'll respond with one of Mr. Claywood's favorite sayings. This is exactly why you're not the richest person in the world.
Kinda don't wanna be. Just cleaning up here a little bit because I wanna rebuild some stuff. Hey, at least that was faster. And do. Ah. That is not in any tooltips I'm seeing. That's good. Awesome to see. but there is zoo.
Maeve, what do you think of the technical resources for this mission?
They're amazing. All of these printed buildings are frickin' awesome. It's too bad we can't play with all of them right away.
I have to admit, I'm also rather impressed.
And then I wanna replicate you. There.
I need water.
Feels like you're a little bit of a needy little thing. Needy little kid. Needy little neater.
Delicious.
Perfect. So you can go. And let's see here. So, ore excavator. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Up ba dum. English. I'm gonna pull this up. We have the worst teacher. Like, I feel like this is a case. Like, I've heard this so much from pretty much like all previously East German and like Soviet like buffered zone states. I'm just gonna change my posture here a little bit. See if camera can follow me there. Is this like something that you have experienced as well? Like, I'm kind of getting this impression from a lot of them. There are some states in Europe that refuses to learn English, but it's more out of pride rather than lacking access to education. Or access to good education.
Doctor, do you see anything we should be worried about?
That's your job. I don't have time to pay attention to things like that.
You're not afraid of death?
What's death when we have sleeves? But losing time is definitely a setback.
See if I can. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. All right. Question is, I might need to increase height slightly on these. Depends though. Can I, if I do this, and I say, yo, get the F over here. And then I take the next one. I say, you go over there. And then you okay.
Rupture activity detected.
Okay.
I recommend finding a safe place.
I have found a safe place. Found a safe place. Where's the eruption?
Maeve, I'm really impressed by your skills. Where did you learn your trade?
On the moon, Mars, but mainly from my dad.
You worked together?
Only on Earth.
Wave warning.
Dad's afraid of flying through space, but he could fix a spaceship.
Okay, so
in
there's a
midair.
decent amount of time anyway. That's good. It's a decent amount of time between the, yo, we're noticing activity to waves happening. And then when there's like 14 seconds, 13 seconds left, that's when we get the timer. Okay. Flashbang warning for everyone watching.
Head to safety immediately.
But if you weren't awake before, you're blinded now.
Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
Sitting here with my marshmallows. SPF 5000 minimum to do this. Do you think the solar panels become like supercharged when this happens? The green returning after this is such a nice feeling. Yeah. I kind of also like this. Because it feels like... how do I put it? I don't even know what to... like, what word I want to put on this. Like, it feels like such a way to, like, clean up. It's like, you give the world a shower.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Nuh-uh. All right.
Changing mags.
Good thing that you called that out. I might have missed it otherwise. Oh yeah, we have these like unique thingies that gives a lot of resource points. Oh, there's more. Helium. Is there any more ignitium around here? Here. Ha! Ha! Like, look, the world is now clean. I've always been a fan of an exterminatus. Can I do this now that the world is kind of like fucked up? Nope.
Gal, do I have access to the doctor's research?
Your rights were written down and presented to you as Appendix 6A in your contract.
I didn't get that appendix.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? That is... Oh my god. Oh, we just chose to not show you what rights you have and don't have. I think I might need to do this regardless, and then can I now do both? Oh. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. But what is even nicer is doing this. All right. Now I feel like I have to move all of them one step forward. Boom, ba-doo, ba-doo. And now, not rail support, but rail. And then you. And then you. Building is too long. No worries.
It's incredible how much can fit into these backpacks. I can't imagine going back to a time before pocket technology.
Then I think you go there. You. I like the way these rails work. I thoroughly enjoy it. Boom. And they're all using this power now. Which is what I wanted. Because it means now if I go in here, I can say can do this. Boom. 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 And then let's just do this.
You were right, Gal. That was frightening. Such power.
Fell upstairs. And then let's go in here. Smelter. Bada boop. Now, should be quite simple to just go smelt, 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 and then let's see if I can would be nice to be able to build higher. Like, please. For now, though, let's just take those for now. There we go. Let's go up and look at our marvel. Very nice.
Engineer,
Yes, Han?
I've been thinking a lot lately.
That's great.
We're stuck here as a small group. In unusual circumstances, the protocol allows for more direct ways of addressing one another.
So I can call you Han?
Yes. Maeve.
Awesome. Thanks, Corporal.
That hurt him to say.
Not my rank.
I'm just kidding. That's what friends do, Han.
I'm just making sure we have enough power. In grid, 200, we're using 60. We should have enough for a little bit of fun here. Alright, so next step. Fabricators. I want to have a little bit of space between them, just in case, because there might be other buildings we need to put in between later. Let's see. How do I unlock that then? Alright, I only need 2 of these right now, I guess. We'll start with that, but we are also bringing in can I put a ladder here? Nice. It was the recipe unlock thing we gotta look at, right? Because I don't remember seeing anything like that unlocking in here. Nope. So it's gotta be... Smelter, you need 1,000 of those. Fabricator, here we go. Well, and then I need... No. Titanium beams. Okay.
Nice.
And you are needed there. So with that, we need to go find one of those meteors and blast the crap out of it. That's one. Let's pick up more. We seem to need these for unlock stuff, so let's focus on that. And I will walk 500 miles, and then I'll walk 500 more. How dare you exist? The range on these. Oh, I got a hit marker. Not easy to hit on that range, which makes sense. We have a pistol. Oh. Do I get hurt by this? Nope. Oh. There's stuff for me to pick up. There's more over there.
That's a snack.
Water. Maybe I need... Yeah, I need some. Use. Use.
Nice.
Use. Use. And... Use. 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 There we go. There's a couple of more over there. Actually, more than a couple. Also, maybe I can open that thing now that I realized.
Reloading.
I think the way they're wiggling, like is throwing my aim off. Okay, I think I realized how that works now. Good to know. Oh, there's another one. I can show you what I mean. So you see these like differently colored spots on this. It gives me different resources, but it also mines really, really quickly. This here, boom, and this here, the purple stuff. Oh. I can see that frames are dropping a little bit on the stream. But the more of them I take out, the faster I seem to be able to mine things. Boom. Now it's very easily mined out, and I haven't overheated my gun at all. Which is nice. This is good. I appreciate that. It still means that you have to think a little bit when you are picking these things up. more there. Pick this up to bottom on my way. Yum, yum, yum. This is what I pick up. Oh. Bunch of science points. I think it's 450 points for one of those. That's really nice. Right now, at least. Like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pathetic in a while. Oh, there's another one. Let's go pick that up before we go back.
Sam, you seem to be the only scientifically competent person here. Could you look at my calculations when you have a moment? I'm designing a dome under which a city could be built.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
I am, of course, also considering tunnels, like on Mars, but designing a structure that could withstand Ruptura is simply much more intellectually stimulating.
I don't think we should be colonizing this planet at all.
How short-sighted.
There. Alright, let's head back.
Come here.
We gotta pick up my strawberry corn.
Acquired.
What would I do without my strawberry corn? Yum yum. I mean, I'd starve, but other than that. Do 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 do. There. Fabricator. I'm gonna insert that. Claim. Claim.
This data will be useful.
And there. Now I'm gonna go and pick up.
I can use this.
Don't pick all this up. And let me build a ladder there. F to pick up all. Alright. I'm gonna do this. You guys. Let's do this. What the? Did I just teleport? I think I just teleported. Okay, the two of you. Will go from there. Huh? You do that. Think. If I do that.
Why did you choose a career in the military?
My father was a soldier, as was his father. My aunt's a cop, and my cousin's in special forces.
So, oppressing people is a family tradition?
Yes. We drink discipline and courage with our mother's milk.
I love how he just like confident because yes, we oppress people.
I can use this.
No. You need to make this. We have now automated our basic building material. I don't have a strawberry farm yet. I would love to have a strawberry farm. I don't know if I can have a strawberry farm. Because right now it looks like everything is like solar nuked every like half an hour or so, or hour or so. I don't know how long it takes between the solar kaboomy, solar ruptures. Well, stellar ruptures. Roll the credits. Nice. I'm taking you. I'm taking you. And I'm taking you. Gonna look at it. If I can have one, it's probably something you build inside, since everything gets nuked. Right now, I'm just looking at unlocking some of this stuff. Titanium beam. Wolfram plate. Oh, unlocked Wolfram plates. I have to find these to unlock them. Okay, that's cool. Smelter. I need a little bit more of you. Basic item printer. I am infinitely producing you now, so let's build you. For now. What do we have here? Whole fruit. Calorie fluid, calorie bar, calorie chew, calorie gel, calorie stim shards, calorie block capsules, hydro bulbs. You get toxicity from eating that, but I don't get that from just eating it. Why wouldn't I just keep eating it? Aqua bar. That's something I would like to have. That's looking nice. I just also need to find a serpent root. Whatever the hell that is. Now, to get the furnace, what do it like? It wants titanium sheets and titanium rods. I have both of those unlocked, don't I? No, I need titanium sheets. Which just means I need a metric crapload more of those. Okay.
I think I can use this.
Oh, you think so, do you? How very never, love you. Why did that turn out so weird? Oh, one step too high. Still haven't learned the... See, this is why I want to be able to build from above. It's a lot easier. Where's my hover pack? Do you generate energy from the start? At least not now. Right now it's mostly just turning everything into barbecue. I mean, they are pointing towards the sun. I'm thinking that's a good thing. And you can now make a bunch more stuff. Nice. So let's just take you. And say, bada bop, boop. There we go. Why are you not getting fed? You should be doing fine with this kind of stuff. And you... You are gonna make this. You are going to make those. Oh, I can run on these. That's nice. And why are you not coming further? They were blocked somehow. Are we able to pass now? Awesome. Thank you. I mean, I do like this view. I do like seeing all the resources like coming, flowing. I like that. Give me more of the flow. Give me more of you.
It's been years since I've seen my mother, or abuela. Do you miss your family, Chris?
I don't think about them at all. I need to focus on my research.
You wouldn't want to see your mother?
What for? She wouldn't understand my work anyway.
Family is to get you away from work.
That's the worst.
Oh no, I am playing a workaholic. Oh no. Oh no, that's what the classified part was. Oh no, occupation. Whatever. Just as long as I get to work. Let's see. Feel like oh, this is where I put the lens stuff in. That's where I want to level up. Or in this case, I want to level up. Please don't shoot me. I have a gun I can shoot back. I think I can remove you. Then Z to eye drop. Hold left click or right click. Then click to place like that. Oh, oh, it's a bridge. You know what that means? We need a... No, we're not the rail civil engineer. All right. We got some stuff going. I like this. wish we could build walkways like this in Satisfactory without mods or like incredibly complex build engineering. Just gonna pick you up. I need a bunch of you. I'm gonna pick you up once you're done here.
Oh, yes.
Yep. You slowly realize the protagonist is a even workaholic or likes to control people. The voice acting is kind of weird. I very much feel like it's a placeholder for now, at least. Kind of like there's supposed to be a story here, but they haven't gotten there yet. So they have put in some of the like idling voice lines as placeholders. Kind of like in Satisfactory for the longest time, how the what's it called? The Sam and the Sam and whatever it's called, Summer Sloops and Mercer Spheres. They were literally just saying, it literally just said work in progress on them, like for the longest time. Like that's a weird thing to name it, but we're in early access, so I'm not commenting on what is like obviously early access stuff. Like I removed something there, I got teleported over there. That's obviously like a early access. I kind of feel like either they are going to have this like, oh, welcome, this is Satisfactory. No, actually, this is a fucking horror game. This is actually Subnautica, but with solar flares. Haha, fuck you. It's gonna be that, or it's gonna be more of the like silly, whimsical stuff that you have in Satisfactory. One of those two. I betcha. There's no in between. 1 or 0, no nuance. Haha. More fear for the fear god. Titanium sheet is now unlocked. And that means we have everything that doesn't need those, what's it called? Blueprints. Unlocked. Now let's look at titanium sheet, titanium rod. Alright, let's head on over and change you into titanium sheet. There. Now I feel like this comes into play.
If we could capture a slasher alive,
Out of the question.
I could hook it up to the apparatus and study its reactions.
Security protocols would not allow it.
There's no discovery without risk.
Find a different path to fame.
It's not about fame, it's about science.
And then I like that it actually allowed that. That's nice. And then you do those. Very nice. Now let's see, what did the core, like base core thing need to be upgraded? $7,200. What the fuck? What do I use? Ceramic. Okay, that's 9 of you at least. Oh, and upgrading this will draw aliens' attention. Help! Yes, how do I get grenades? Wolfram wire, titanium rod. That can be dealt with. I'm already making wolfram wire.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare
Cool
for
beans.
a wave.
And let's do this. Go right ahead. No, up the ladder. That's a bit floaty. I need a bigger gun. I need way bigger guns. I need the biggest of guns. Hit the gym. I'm kind of scrawny right now. Yeah. Not a lot of definition or bulk. Defense turrets. Level 6. Okay, so they've named this the equipment upgrade station, but in this, they say it's the armory. Inconsistent naming, please fix. Overall, like, I'm not gonna give this a number out of 10 or anything like that, because I don't feel like it's fair rating an unfinished game like that. But overall, I think this game has great potential.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Whoa. Shouldn't have gone to Taco Bell. No, but I really feel like we're looking at the equivalent of like a very early version of Satisfactory in terms of like polish and stuff like that. We're looking at like update 3, update 4, something like that.
Temperature isn't going wild. This planet
Potentially,
can be
like in
really
some ways,
beautiful.
update 4, in some ways update 2,
These
right?
beautiful landscapes untouched by humans anymore.
But I'm confident that if these guys have the same level of discipline and strive to make something unique, we are looking at a game that will easily be equal to the other titans of the genre. What do you mean wait for them to cool down? If I don't get to take vacation, they don't get to take vacation. It's working. Come on. You too.
Changing mags.
I can make infinite ammo.
Returning to normal.
That's kind of what I'm feeling on the game. What's your guys' impression that I've watched, that have been here for the chat? That have paid somewhat attention or have played the game yourselves? Or seen videos of other people playing it? Like, what's your guys' thoughts? What are you guys thinking? Because I would love to hear what you guys are thinking. I would love to play this game more and like jump with this as a jumping off point. Like make a couple of videos, figure out how to make a good looking base rather than just a like spaghetti factory, which I think is really, really hard when you have these a lot softer rails to work with. So please enlighten me with your impressions. Oh yeah. An additional thought I had here was, please, for the love of God, make sure that there is mod support. We need all of these kinds of games will benefit from actual mod support. Game looks cool, rough around the edges. Yeah. That's a good summary. Have you played the game yourself? I'm just asking because I would love to know, if you have played it, what is your impression of like movement mechanics and stuff like that? I'm also very early in the game. It might be that like stuff unlocks but some things with the movement feels floaty and some things feel jagged. It's like they have...
Why did you become an engineer?
I like to know how things work. To take them apart and put them back together so that they work again. I got that from my dad.
I agree, but machines are not enough. I want to understand how the entire universe works. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. I feel like there's certain parts of the movement that has avoided the Unreal Engine floatiness. Probably won't play the game in early access since I'm not that into base defending, and I have my hands full with this Satisfactory and other game. But watching is very refreshing, seeing the different logistics system and story. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, as long as people are watching and I'm entertained by the game, I will keep playing it. Like if I make video or if I just, like, next stream might also be this. We'll see. Next game stream that isn't like D&D and stuff, depending on if I am sick again or if I work or whatever it is, hopefully I should be able to stream on Wednesday next week. Monday, of course, is Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, with the asterisk that the Dungeon Master can be in the session. There is that asterisk. He has a 2-year-old kid and a company to run. And 2-year-old kid means that they have been essentially half sick since they got him, pretty much. Well, back from one. Hello, Desert Wolf. How is? Is good. Is great. Star Rupture. It's the name of the game. I think that Ule put it the best. And he said it looks cool, but it's rough around the edges. It feels like it's given time and a disciplined team. This game can easily take a place among the titans of the industry. Or titans of the genre. I'm very, very early on in the game. There is probably a bunch of stuff that is put into the game as intentional friction right now that I will be able to mitigate with upgrades and stuff later. But for now, a lot of the rough around the edges stuff, I think, will keep it from becoming a true contender. Kind of like you played some Antistasi equivalent. Ooh, nice. In Arma 3 or Reforger? Where is that last? Up there. Okay. Reforger, nice. How did it feel? Like Reforger versus Arma 3? Like, what's your verdict? Also, check out our factory here. It's very nice. It's moving on rails. I fall down. Pro gamer strat. Let's see. What do we have in here that might need some stuff? Take this. Take that. Smelter. Take that.
What about you, Doc? Why medicine?
I always wanted to help people.
So did I.
Better interaction also feels like there is more interactions.
We don't have to talk about politics right now.
Interactions how? Like, what do you mean? Like, are you talking about mechanical interactions, or are you talking about like enemy interaction? combat interaction? Like, what are we talking about? Vehicles and weapons. Okay, okay. So there's more things to do with each weapon, loadouts, and like, okay, okay. Alright, alright. I see what you're putting down. I like that. That is nice. I do like hearing that. Let's see if we can just do this.
The Ruptura is in its stable stage. The climate
Yay! I leveled up my survival. Well, that is 2340. Damn! I literally just looked down. I was like, oh, it's after 10. I should stop this stream. And I was like, look down when you said that. I was like, no. No. No, there's no. Okay, that's how you know the game's good.
I need water.
I might need to keep playing this game as if it is water.
2 liters of water a day is the minimum.
Oh my god. You have to crash soon? Of course. No problem. Completely understandable that you want to abandon me. Yeah. Keep tight. There we go. Okay. One more thing I want to do. And then I will turn off this stream for tonight. Wait. Wrong direction. This is the direction I want to go in.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Yeah, well, your face doesn't seem to have finished regenerating. Take that, burn. This is the face I make when I'm proud of myself. For making a joke that is so bad, I know every single person watching goes,
Ambush!
Ambush?
I'm getting better and better.
No, you're not. They have like a weird wiggly that really fucks with my aim.
Changing max!
Nom infection.
Gal, what's going on?
You've entered an infection cloud. Microorganisms from the vermin are reacting with your equipment, disrupting your shield.
That's what you get for using superconductive converters for defense. I once wrote a paper on the need to switch to trans-regulatory systems, but who'd listen to me?
I don't know. Apparently no one. So this is calcium. Say hi to calcium. Let's mine you out. I cannot mine you out. Can I put down a second base core? Yes, I just need Heart of the Meteor. Oh. Chomp. There we go. Okay,
Finally.
I think there is a damage drop off at range.
Vermin dead.
Ow! Not appreciated, man. He just unloaded on me. The hell? What am I seeing here?
What is that?
A monolith.
I asked the wrong question. What function does it serve?
Unfortunately, all information on that subject is highly classified.
I'ma touch it. Oh shit! Apparently it's radioactive. And bulletproof. Yes, Chris, make a science report on that. Now, I need a metric crapload of the calcium thing. So what I'm thinking is to just set up a base core. And then this can be mined out. All right. Gray square is squaring. Here's the thing, though. Now, all I want to do Oh, that was wrong. There we go. Each of these will give me 100. Oh my, the voice acting actually functions as a guide. Yes, that's why I always pay attention to every single detail in a game.
Yes. No threats detected.
I can't actually combine them into one. I don't have any mergers like that.
I have nothing to say.
A person can start feeling lonely out in space. If you ever need someone to talk to, let me know.
Alright, I technically can, I think. Let's do this. Just gonna try and move the power out of the way. There we go. Now, if I take this, I am just going to quickly change you. Go straight into that. And I now take you, like that. Then let's go and then we have you. No, wait. That was the wrong one. And then we do this. And I now take you. It looks like a piece of shit, but it probably works.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Man, this guy's voice is annoying. Worst part is he wouldn't stop talking just because I picked a different character. Because of how they've set up the voice line thingy, that it happens regardless of if someone's awake or not.
Come here.
There we go. All right. So now the question becomes, can I? Like, there's nothing, I have no containers or anything like that. I like literally don't have. I have this, but that's just personal storage. I'm talking about like, I got nada, I got nothing. Okay. Would be awesome if this also displayed how much you're making every second. Right now you're just saying like, we make 2 every 2 seconds. Awesome, dude. That means you're making 60 a minute. But I would love to see
Great.
an easier, more accessible. Requires a habitat. Uh-huh. I literally just want to.
Selenian has received the products it ordered. They're very pleased.
Yay!
You could become the best crew they've ever worked with. Wow! You have fulfilled another order from the Griffiths Blue Corporation. Claim your reward.
More weapons and stuff. That is appreciated. Okay, let's go back with this. I need to say bye-bye to you guys and turn off the stream and go to bed. I am actually doing stuff tomorrow, so I need to sleep.
Come here. Acquired. That's a snack.
Awesome. So, if you watched the whole thing, tell me down below. Tell me in the chat. Tell me in Discord. What you guys thought about the first segment thing, the gaming news, the discussion thing. If you like that, What was good about it? Would you like to see it again? And tell me what you guys think about Star Rupture. Let's keep the conversation going. Like right now, I've had a lot of people watching. Like it's been hovering between like low point like 7 people and like high point has been like 13, 14 people between YouTube and Twitch. That is very nice. And grenades have been a lot.
To go over grenade training with you.
I don't know if there's anything you can say that I don't already know.
The Griffiths Blue Corporation guarantees the
I
highest level of safety during
very much enjoy
even when activated.
this game. I would like to keep playing it. I'm not going to keep playing it on stream or in videos unless people actually enjoy it. But so far it looks like people have been enjoying this. We've had people in chat and we've had people watching, so I will probably do at least the next stream as well with this, while working on the satisfactory videos I was talking about before. And thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Remember to do all the cool YouTube and Twitch stuff, support and like all that stuff, and there's Patreon and links and yeah, you know. Not gonna bore you with all that stuff. I will see you guys. Have a good one. Bye!